Hello everybody, how are we feeling on a beautiful Friday evening in Europe, daytime in the Americas, late night in Asia? Wherever you are, welcome and settle down for some StarCraft 2 action, as we have got only the best coming up for you in the form of the WardiTV European League. How about we actually go to me rather than just sitting on a screen of nothing? Videos again finished up for our first matchup of the day. We're going to start things out with Scarlett versus Percival. There I am. Hello, hello. So Scarlett versus Percival coming up to start the day off. Going to be a little bit of Terran versus Zerg. Obviously, these are two players who are not European, but they're in the European League. European League is open to everybody. It is just preference to Europeans. Even this matchup will take place on the European server. So, especially as the Korean, you're really kind of outmatched. We have no NA tournament this year, right? So American players can try their best. But the TLDR is we've got StarCraft. It's going to be good. It's going to be fun. I'm just going to quickly reset the page, because that's not been reset. We should have a first map in a moment or two. I wanted to bring up what we were going to look at today, but I'd like to get in the lobby first so we don't delay things for no reason. Reset the goals. Okay, that should reset then. And yeah, hello, hello, hello. Leyline's going to be our first map. Perfect. Let me host this up and then we'll have a peek to see what we're going to sneak on into. I just need to double check what other people are streaming actually, because there's a bunch of different events going on right now. Trying to figure out who is going to be casting and what. Looks like we've got TK Allen here. I'm just wondering if Indy's doing big brain bouts or if he wants to join us for... Oh, do they have a qualifier right now too? Oh, it's kind of a busy night for StarCraft. There's so much going on. What's happening? What's happening? Crazy. Alright, cool. In that case, I think we're good in terms of, players. Oh, I've got no idea what the last map's going to be. I'm so bad with this map pool. Forges, Incorporeal, Pylon, Persephone, Maganath, The Last Fantasy, Leylines, Ultra Love, Tokamak. Cool. Alright, we're just waiting for, well, Scarlett's just joined the lobby, so we should be good to go there. If we get onto the countdown, I will show you guys what's coming up today. I just want to take a few moments to, yeah, I just want to take a few moments to get settled and make sure that we're actually going to have no issues with the game getting started. Alright, players are ready. We'll click start. Let's show you guys what happened yesterday and what's coming up today in the form of our Wikipedia page. So today is the second half of round 1. Yesterday we saw Bjorn, Hero Marine, Christiana, Max Pax, Mana, and Skillers moving on to 1 and 0 in this Swiss group stage. Today we find out 6 more players who will be 1 and 0 at the end of today. And also, by the end of today, we will know what the round 2 matches are as well. And that starts tomorrow already. So that's going to be, in 20 hours time, we're going to get started. So we'll be putting the schedule together for that and getting that ripe and ready to go for you guys tomorrow as well. So, lots of great games coming up. As you can see, Scarlett versus Percival, Jumi versus Art, Young Yakov versus Shameless, uThermal versus FanT, Nicoract versus Goblin, and Harstem versus Gerald. Honestly does make for a pretty darn fun day of StarCraft 2 if you ask me. This is the WardiTV European League, part of the WardiTV 2025 series, where we are putting a crap ton of money into a bunch of tournaments this year that build into the end-of-year WardiTV Championship. That also is a whole bundle of fun, as we are able to start out in the top right corner of the map, the red Terran player. This is Percival. Taking on the blue Zerg in the bottom left corner of the map from the Shopify Rebellion. We're going to have Scarlett. Now, this is European server. Obviously, neither of these players are European, but this is the European League. The rules for the EU League this year are simple. Anyone can participate, but the games are on the European server unless both players agree otherwise. So games are on Europe, and the time zones obviously typically do favor European players because it's in the European evening/daytimes. Obviously for Scarlett, it's not so bad because she just gets to play through the day pretty much. She gets to play through the day, and also Europe is not too bad of a server for her to play on. So it's definitely Percival at a disadvantage here, but that is just the price of playing the European League. There will be a Korean-based tournament later this year that will be on the Korean server, and we'll have similar rules where anybody can take part, but all games must be played on Korea. So we will have a similar tournament later, Korean Royale Season 4. Before we actually used to straight up region lock that, but like this time we will just say anyone can play, but you have to play on the server disadvantage, etc. if you're not in Korea. So it is designed like that. So yeah, Percival knew that coming in. He played in the qualifier, he qualified through. So yeah, time to get into some StarCraft 2 for the day, guys. Percival versus Scarlett. StarCraft 2, Terran versus Zerg, one of the rare matchups in this opening round that does not have a Protoss player in. In fact, it might be the only matchup. I guess uThermal FanT, unless uThermal plays Protoss. He obviously is a factor. Gonna be interesting as we see that SCV just come a little bit of a look around, out through to the center, and trying to see a bit of what's going on. Meanwhile, the Reaper's going to be showing up on the other side, so that's going to be coming across and getting in towards the bottom left-hand side for these next few moments. A couple of Lings going to fire, the Reaper gets chased. We'll just take a couple of moments here as the couple of Queens coming through as well. Hatchery and the drones continue to produce on through. And we have ourselves the couple of command centers building up as well, so we're going to go triple CC back at home. Maybe just poking about. Again, factory coming through, CC coming up. We take a couple of moments here. I've got a little puppy dog who's wanting to say hi, so I'm just going to give her a little love. We've been out most of the day, so she's not seen much of me, and she's just getting a little head scratched, so... Ignore me being distracted. I was just getting my arm nudged to make sure that I'd give her some loves. Ellie's a very demanding girl when she wants to be, aren't you, baby? Yeah? Well, you're not done with... You still want more loves? Okay. She does not want to be on camera, though. The moment I put her on camera, she's going to run away, so... I'll give her some pieces. Scarlett is going to open with the Roach Run already, so... Straight towards the Roaches here for this opening game of the day. See what that plan maybe develops into over the next little while. Roach Run coming up, as mentioned, the Hellions and the Command Center on the way through. Add a couple of SCVs on as well. And we still have those couple of Lings still moving about. Queen going to poke at the front also. Excuse me, as that Command Center completes right there, we're going to get that finished up. So that's the third CC. We are just going Hellion Banshee as Percival, which is spot on perfect to help defend if these Roaches get aggressive. So in that regard, we're already off to a very good position here early on. Let's see if we can maintain that as those couple of Queens are there to push the Hellions back the other direction just for a few moments as well. Drone moves out, the couple of Lings gather up. Queen's going to fire, the creep team is still moving forward. You have the Hellions back around into the center of the map. Drones on the way, Roaches in production, Banshee, Cloaking, Hellions, all being added on for the moment, so the Hellions and the Reaper will continue to gather in. They're just going to join up and start pushing towards the front here. Obviously, a couple of creep teamers up for grabs right off the bat, a couple extra barracks coming in, cleaning the Overlords, hatchery building, creep tumors added as well, so all of that coming online just for the moment here. The Hellions and that Reaper continue to come online as well. Just take a couple of moments. The Hellions even going to take that chance to go straight after this hatchery. Just going to go immediately try and take that down and get some damage done. Would be nice if we could knock this hatchery down, right? But it's unrealistic to really deny a fourth base, especially when the Roaches are just nearby. It's not like the Roaches are gone across the map and the Hellions show up. They're nearby, they're just rotating into position. We're also going to get the spores online. That will help us to obviously deflect some of the Banshees that are incoming. So the preparations truly are just being well made here for Scarlett at the moment. The Starport will move off the tech lab, make room for the factory. And our Hellions continue to look at the chance of maybe just running by there. Once again, a couple of Evo chambers coming through. We got ourselves the drones and so coming up. 1-1 upgrades and a stim pack upgrade, building as we speak. And as the extra barracks, marines, and SCVs continue to produce in, Percival getting everything established. Like I say, he's playing with a lot of ping right now, so when it comes to the microing of the Terran bio armies, that's going to be where he's probably going to struggle a little bit more than usual. I would imagine he wants to do a lot of preemptively setting up, a lot of preemptively splitting. You know, engagements and attacks which are like, I'm going to march across the map with this combo of units, and you'll really look to like be pre-split, force a fight in a very specific position, and just do a lot of the micro preemptively to enable you to take the best fight possible. Honestly, I think Scarlett playing Roaches gives Percival a better chance. Right now, there's not really a need for Percival to have like a perfect marine split or so. So I do think that Roach style gives Percival a little bit of an easier time. Diving with the Hellions here for 4 drones only. Makes it 5 with the final Reaper shot. Not great, though, because that gives up all your creep spread and... sorry, all your map control. And the creep spread of Scarlett is kind of going through the roof. Or, as they may say, just across the map. It is already reaching the center of ley lines, which is a pretty sizable map. And it's doing so in multiple different directions as well. So Scarlett is extremely well known for her creep prowess and her ability to spread that creep like no other. She was really like a, you know, a pioneer of the creep spread zergs. And really kind of showed just how powerful covering the map and creep could be way back when. Like, she's already got really good creep spread up on this map. And now with no Hellions out, it's going to be so much tougher for Percival to do anything about that. He adds a second factory, which does not suggest just a single big push, which is kind of what I was expecting to see here. Those few Marines will begin to unload. They settle into the center. Obviously, got some creep tumors we can stim into and pick off as well. Excuse me. So that is a possibility as we still have further upgrades continue to come online. Link speed, roach speed coming up. The Marines there are going to get a creep tumor, going to get an overlord as well. It's going to be another nice catch as we just step forward. The roach is still taking some little bits of damage initially. Yeah, we get a couple more roach kills, a few more shots coming through. Just going to see the 2-2 upgrades in combat shield, siege tank, Marines, medevacs all continue to pour on out for the moment. A few vials coming up, just going to hit the rocks right there, so just going to get a little bit more damage done. Let me just see the Marine tank force continue to make its way around. A couple of infestors coming over, melee and the +2 carapace coming up also. We have the bailing speed continuing by. Marines are going to stim forward, a few extra creep tumors going down. That's going to be the push that we're talking about, one of these big shows where you kind of get preemptively set with the tanks. 3 tanks in good positions, well spread. The Marines don't need to split as much, remember, because of the lack of splash, although there is actually an infestor. So no bailings just yet, but the infestor obviously is a scary part of this, and it does get a catch. He was on his way to splitting. It's going to initiate Scarlett into this army, which does allow the tanks to get involved. The biles were being used already, which means that the tanks do not get biled immediately, but it's still a pretty good cleanup from Scarlett as she crushes through the first wave of Marines and really starts to sink her teeth deep into that army. The tanks get cleaned up, and Scarlett pushes this away, and she is going to be looking at a pretty comfortable position, as that was very... It wasn't super committed in terms of, like, what Percival cut to get there. It was actually a perfectly allowable kind of scenario, I would say, from Percival. But it was very committed in terms of now he's lost so much, he's going to be in so much more of a difficult spot. So, definitely makes this a little bit of a stranger situation as the Ultra Cavern, Lings, and co. come on through. Just going to see Scarlett moving into what I would call an even better composition. Lingbane Ultra with Ravager support really does a lot better in the longer and larger trades than, you know, the initial just kind of Roach Ravager that we were just seeing. Like, Roach Ravager has its place, but it does kind of get, you know, the page gets turned over on it very quickly. So to actually have that next step of tech already available to go and coming up and online right now absolutely works wonders for you. As a few Marines drop off, a couple of Lings get in there. We will see the medevacs booked away. I actually think that medevac might go down. It did go down, so both those medevacs fell. As the drop on the top side has to pull back here from Percival. He's got some units running across. The Ravagers will continue over. The Banes are going to roll up. Tank will already be sieging. We just have a couple of corrosive vials continue to rain down for the moment as, well, I've got to be super careful of these Banelings now. This is where it definitely gets difficult for Percival. Honestly, not bad micro so far. 3 pull on the SCVs to repair the plantry, but that means they are clumped up. The plantry actually lives through this, which is very impressive, and Percival's going to start turning this around a little bit. A few more Zerglings showing up. Scarlett continue to try and push her way forward. A few more Zerglings go down off and around the edges. Kindness plating coming online. The Ultralists are on their way. And a couple more tanks will begin to siege across the left side of the top. I mean, that's all great. Like, I'm actually impressed by Percival's survival. I'm not impressed by, obviously, his position overall in this game still. His word count is okay. But Scarlett has the creep spread. She is going to go unharassed right now, it seems. Percival has no presence on the map right now. Like, there's a little stim and scan on the top left that he just went for up here. Gets like a creep tumor, and that's about it. Like, if that's your map presence, and you're hitting a base that Scarlett may think of taking as a 7th base in like 2 or 3 minutes from now, yeah, this ain't all that, right? Like, this is clearly not a comfortable position in the slightest, and Scarlett is going to be looking very, very good in this opening game. With Ultras pouring through as well, there's not really an answer to Ultras available on the map just yet. As Percival loses one more siege tank, just letting the Corrosive Vials do their work and do their thing. We will chase forward a little bit with this army. A few, basically a couple drops worth of units, and Percival has a bit of money stacked up in the bank. Scarlett is going to keep on cranking out units. A couple more Ultras, a few more Banes. As they pop, I can't imagine there's any reason for Scarlett not to try and attempt another attack in to deny this 4th base. It was a shame she didn't kill it off previously. Ideally, you get rid of that base, and that's going to keep Percival down on 3 bases or re-expanding to a 4th. and that really stops them from taking any amount of economic control of this game. And that's typically, you know, as a Zerg player, really where you want to be against a Terran. But Mine's actually going to splash on some Marines as they hit off on the Overseer. The units are coming in from that bottom side as well, as you can see, and the Ultras do begin to just overwhelm as they shove on forward, push their way through, and they're going to go chomping on some SCVs as they take down the entirety of this 12 o'clock location. This base will indeed fall. There is no saving this one. There's a few Marines still behind the minerals, which we do not chase down for the moment. We're just going to start pulling the other direction. And instead we have the Ultra there going to get picked off, and Scarlett just taking a few losses in her retreat. But having denied the fourth already, pretty big deal. We're going to see a new CC building next to it. There's one floating over as well. But you know that that's going to be a continued location that Scarlett is going to target and hit again and again. Immediately gets there with some Zerglings, forces a cancel. And like I say, just going to have to put some real investment into, you know, holding that position as Percival. He just had a little poke out into the center of the map, maybe pushed some creep spread back. But again, the reality right now is that Scarlett is in full control of this game. More Ravagers, more Ultras, couple Infestors added on as well. Upgrades are still rolling on through and getting into just better and better places. Scarlett is in the full control, like I say, of this opening game of the day. And she's looking good to take a 1-0 lead in her first best of 3 of the tournament. Again, this is a Swiss group stage. You win this first match and you go into the kind of the winners, the 1-0 players, then all play each other. So basically with Swiss in this tournament, you will always be playing against someone who has the same scoreline as you. So that will just happen, you know, basically throughout the entire event. You'll always play against someone with the same scoreline as you for 5 group stage matches, and then the top 12 will be advancing through to the playoffs with seeding, allowing them to be, you know, determine where exactly they're going to land in that playoff setup. GG's. Scarlett takes the 1-0 advantage over Percival, and will take the opening game of the day here in the WardiTV European League. Yeah, this is a new format for us as well, guys. This is a format as well, I will preface this by, it isn't really necessarily apparent in this game, because I actually think this is a pretty good series. But it is a format that definitely encourages better games as you move through the event, right? Like day 1 and day 2, you're going to have potentially some of the map players. You know, everyone's 0-0, right? So as the event goes on, the players who win play against other players who win, and so you naturally end up with the matches between the more competitive players. And it works both ways, because the players that lost end up playing against other guys that lost, so it continues to keep the competition very competitive throughout. It's a new format we're trying. We're going to see how it goes. It's a little bit rough to schedule, I'm not going to lie, but it's the sort of thing which I think would be really cool to have as a format, like once a year, like in this European League or so. So if you've got any feedback, if you enjoy it, if you think it's cool, if you think it's terrible and you don't want to ever see it again, let me know in the chats, YouTube or Twitch. I'd be happy to hear from you guys. Always excited to see what you guys think of the tournaments, right? So always happy to hear from you all. This will be taking a hot second and jumping on through into our next game in just a moment. Going to be on Ultra Love. Alright, so Scarlett takes the 1-0 lead over Percival. We head into game 2 of this best of 3. Starting off in the top right-hand corner with the red Terran player who is down a map in this best of 3 and looking to fight it back and hopefully tie us up. Give us 3 games right off the bat today would be lovely. But maybe let's not get ahead of ourselves. We'll see what happens. It is Percival in the top right. He is fighting against the server. I think Percival is good enough to take, you know, a playoff position in this tournament, top 12 in the group stage. But I do think his full potential is obviously locked behind the ping. I think there is going to be difficulties there, so yeah, I think Percival is going to be competitive against a lot of the other guys fighting for top 12. But against some of the players we maybe more expect to just be kind of more guaranteed into playoffs, that ping is just going to be truly a little bit of a struggle. Truly something that you've got to, you know, a hurdle you've got to kind of fight your way to jump over. And it's going to be, I think, something that honestly does pin him back. Like, he's going to, you know, he's running the hurdles and everyone else is just running the 100-meter sprint when it comes to these games because of that ping. So, yeah, like I say, you can maybe, you know, still be fine with that against some of the weaker opponents. But against some of the stronger competition, it's going to be a little bit rougher. So keep that in mind. Anyways, for now, game 2. And we have Scarlett on the bottom left-hand side. She is going to be the blue Zerg player here, up 1-0 in this best of 3. Can she take her first win of the tournament? It's been cool to see Scarlett winning. A, because we need some Zergs to do well in this tournament, because we just don't have a lot of them. And B, because it's always cool to see Scarlett doing well, and it's been cool just to see her playing in tournaments again lately. Recently, just seen her coming out, playing some games. She's played in quite a few of our events, actually. The Boomer Bash was the first one back, and then she played in a little bit of a tournament here and there. I think she played in June, the June event. So yeah, maybe even a Monday Cup as well here and there. She has been around and participating, so it's been cool to see. It has been cool to see. Extractor going down as it gets set up. Hatch gas on the way in. Add that spawning pool on. Got a barracks on the way up as well. And we follow an overlord across the map just to have some early movement on the screen. And hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much. Some love in the YouTube chat. Appreciate you guys. Good to see you all in the YouTube chat today. Hope you're all doing great. Thank you for joining us for today's live broadcast of the European League. Have not been live a lot lately, guys. And it's going to continue a little bit this month. I'm here for the next few days, but unfortunately on Thursday, not unfortunately, but on Thursday it's Helen's birthday. So I'm going to be going away. So unfortunately on the StarCraft side, I'm going to be away for the weekend. And then that really builds into just like the weekend after that. We head off to Riyadh and go to the eSports World Cup. So, yeah, July is still not exactly the best of months for us streaming every day as we sometimes do. But I promise you that the consistency is only like that because there's other StarCraft going on and genuine life events. August should be a little bit more consistent from us apart from my build-up to the wedding. But, that's kind of where, TLDR, we're going to try our best to keep as much StarCraft to coming. You guys know how we work. It's just the schedule is a little bit rough this month, last month, and a couple other months. Along the way, as the Reaper going to fight, a couple of Zerglings coming through. We get ourselves the drones going to come about as well. We're going to be there. Reaper coming back the other side. YouTube chat loves me. I appreciate YouTube chat. It's nice that YouTube chat's not been as quiet as of late. The last few streams we've had quite a few people yapping away on YouTube. It's been nice. It's been cozy. It's been fun to read. People haven't just been fighting as well, which is a new one. Usually YouTube chat gets pretty feisty with each other, but YouTube chat's been on a positive experience as of late. As this Reaper just poking around, a couple drones and the Ling speed coming up. The Hellions are still in production. Not really much to say right now. This is the early moments of a TVZ here on Ultra Love. A lot of choke points on Ultra Love. I do feel as though this might be one where you might want to try and, 8-racks it up a little bit as the Terran plays. Bring that little bit of aggression across if you can. See what happens as we just have the thing gonna pop off at a Reaper for a couple of moments. Oh, what's up, Milk Gaming? 7-month resub on the Prime on the Twitch. Thank you so very much. Sorry, I actually saw this one when we were going live as well, just before the stream started up, and I got carried away by getting the stream and the game started, but Plovel came in with the resub as well. Thank you, mate. I saw your excitement when we went live. I did see, I just forgot to come back to it because I was getting the games and the video started and doing my intro, and just seeing another subs just reminded me that was not, in fact, the first sub of the day. Thank you so much for the support, though, guys. Again, just as we have a moment, just a reminder, this is a WardiTV tournament. WardiTV events are powered by you guys. The prize pools are made up from you guys supporting the stream and everything, so if you are enjoying, consider supporting. We have a Patreon page where 100% of pledges go directly into prize pools. Patreon.com/WardiTV. And supporting that is as beneficial as Ling's wrapping around Hellions, because that's going to take the map control away from the Terran and let Skull just spread on out. It's a perfect analogy. You show up and wrap around the Patreon and support it, and the creep spread is the tournaments that come out of it, just spreading all across the StarCraft 2 map. Okay, it was not a perfect analogy, but you could probably twist it into something if you really had an open mind to it, as the Banshees will be on the way a second time in this series. I don't think that's too surprising. It's very safe, it's very standard. It's a super simple way to kind of make sure you're in a very comfortable position here early. And it just keeps you safe, I think, a lot of the time in case your opponent is going to be aggressive. And in a game where you maybe don't have perfect ping and stuff, the Banshee is just like a nice safety net to fall on as well. It was a perfect metaphor. Look, I feel like the concept was strong. The execution and the words I applied were not quite exactly what we needed it to be, but the concept was there, like I say, if you have an imagination, it probably worked out just fine. I just got lost halfway through. Too many words in a row. Yeah, I'm better off just yapping on about the StarCraft 2. That becomes more natural, Yo, Fantasy, TY, fanboy, 52-month resub coming in for 4 years in a row as well. 4-year streak's pretty incredible. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate the love. Thank you for using up your sub on the channel. We appreciate it a lot. What's up, Chuck, as well? Hope you're doing great today. Thank you so much for dropping by and saying hi, as we just have, again, a few moments of Hellions poking about, trying to see what they can do. The missile upgrades are on the way in. 1-1 in the stim pack coming up on the side of Percival. And again, Marines tank on the way through. A few Hellions going to go poking away at that hatchery for a couple of moments, just trying to see if there's some opportunity, but they're actually going to get caught by the Lings again. And that is going to be another grab on those Hellions, so truly just map control going down. I mean, honestly, the Hellions, they've done a little bit, but the creep is still already pretty impressive. The bigger fear maybe for the Hellions going down is moments like this where the Lings can show up on a mineral line, and it's just one less thing you have to really defend against those early Lings and those potential run-bys moving into your base and so on and so forth. That is absolutely going to be missing a little bit here as the Missile and Carapace upgrades continue through. Groove Spines coming up for the Hydralisks. Engineering bays continue to produce. We just have our Armory and Barracks still building up. Extra depots, Siege Tank and Marines all being brought into play. We got that Armory coming up as well. Continue to bring that all through as the Medevac is going to load and make its way out down. Well, I was going to say to the bottom left, but it's actually going to stop off just to stop by the Overlord for a couple of moments. Overlord will take a few shots of damage and a little bit of pain coming in on that one as we do have the upgrades continuing through. Infestation Pit, Hydras, Overlord will continue to come about for a few moments. See the Missile and Carapace upgrades coming up. Add that Groove Spines in. And Muscle Augments as well. So really just kind of heavily doubling down on Hydras. Also going to get that Infestation Pit, so if we last long enough up to Hive, and the Lurker Den is going to be on the table potentially for Scarlett, which not going to be fun to play against as a Terran, we can tell you that much. Lurkers, especially, again, I know I keep mentioning it, but there really is a ping issue here for Percival, right? Like, I think it's only fair in a tournament where he's going to be forced to play on Europe that we bring up that he's playing on Europe. You know, a lot of the time when we, have tournaments, everyone's playing with a bit of ping, right? And, a lot of the time Europe versus Korea, it's like NA server, so everyone has like 100 to 150. But that's very different to playing with like 300 ping that you have playing from Korea to Europe, so I do think it's one of those things that's 100% worth bringing up just a little bit more than usual to hammer the point home, because it's not normal to play cross-server like this. It's actually very rare that you play cross-server in this sort of level where it's like you're going to force a Korean to play on Europe. It's very rare you don't play Ferris server, so when it happens, you got to bring it up right now. Ferris server don't seem to matter, because those Hydras again absolutely beat on. That's going to be a lovely fungal. Is it enough, though? I mean, honestly, it makes a big difference. A lot of the Marines start to drop down quickly, and suddenly the Hydras are able to fight back a little bit. Now some tanks showing up as well, though, and Percival can continue the pressure into this location. These Hydras are going to step through again. A few Zerglings getting blasted by the tanks. Another stim pack coming down. Medevacs will have their work cut out for them. Healing here. Do we have enough damage output? I actually don't think we do. I think there's enough Hydras to out-damage the Marines. But that doesn't mean you can keep on fighting, because the moment you pull back into tank fire, I think those Hydras do have to take a step away. See the Hydra's going to intercept some reinforcements. That's a lovely move, especially as the tank's trying to come across. If you could really get rid of some of those reinforcements, it would save the pressure that's coming on right now. Surprise Percival continued through with a couple of units in the center, but he did save the tank. Because you're going to see Scarlett making a dive forward. This is where the Marines want to commit, though, right? This is where you want to protect the tanks a little bit. He decides to save about 7 Marines instead. Obviously, not having the reinforcements there, maybe making him think twice about exactly how much he wanted to commit to this and how much he wanted to try and force the issue. T2 upgrades still coming about. Going to stim over the left side. This is actually going to be a good fight, I think, for Percival. Has enough Marines here and the tank fire to really simmer up on some of those Hydras and knock their HP low and to get some of their numbers into the units lost tab. Well, more Marines stimming over. It's kind of wild because it is just super Hydra heavy, but I think we are getting to the point in the game where the Hydra count is looking good enough to maybe outmatch the Marines. It's very close. 2-2 just finished up as well from Percival. That will help him with these trades. Professor apparently does not have the energy for the fungal growth either. Oh my goodness, we lifted into the medevac. That's dangerous. Had no boost away and super low HP. Most importantly, we're going to start cutting off this base. And there's actually drones on this location too. So this is not just like a hatchery that's providing, lava. This is a hatchery that's straight up mining. You're going to lose that mine. You're going to lose the production. And, maybe even the drones there as well. Depends if Percival wants to chase them. Scott decides enough is enough. She's going to step more aggressively to the center of the map and really try and have her way with some of these reinforcements. We need to get rid of that Infestor. I was going to say a couple Marines might be able to stim toward it, which is exactly what they do. And the Infestor gets chased back. Doesn't go down, but that's now 2 bases killed off. Scott losing control on the left-hand side, as now these Hydras that were looking for reinforcements are going to get caught by the main army. And so Scarlett continues to bleed out here. Army supplies now favoring Percival, who sits 80 to 60 and is looking as though we might get a game 3 out of him in this opening match of the day. We will indeed. Scarlett has to say GG. And Percival, just with sheer Marine firepower, hitting Scarlett at a point where she just wasn't quite on the Hydra count. She did not really have the splash. She had an Infestor, and obviously one fungal was honestly game-changing. Like, the Infestor had an impact, but it wasn't good enough at the end of the day, right? Like, the Infestor needed... Like, if there was a second Infestor, that probably would have been fine. But that one fungal just wasn't enough to completely stop Percival dead in his tracks. Like, it bought her time, but it didn't, like I say, completely hinder just Percival continue to push on through. So, maybe needed a second Infestor, a second fungal available. Could have maybe made a big difference. We'll be getting into Game 3 here in just a second. And it's going to be Scarlett Percival. Meanwhile, obviously setting up behind this, Art and Jumi are going to be playing up next for us, guys. It's actually a very fun one. One that could really be either player kind of making it up to that 1-0 scoreline and getting off to a great start in this Swiss group stage. So, things to think of there. Should have got Ultras. I mean, the way that Scarlett was building, she can't get Ultras at that kind of time. If she goes for Ultras, she's going to have even less Hydras. So, like, in the long run, yes. But in that exact moment, like, she was just super Hydra heavy, and she wasn't far from having what she needed to really fight it. Just, yeah, I mean, a couple of Speedy Banes or something. It was just the composition was not quite there. I actually think, like I say, like, another minute of massing Hydras, and I don't think the Marines ever have a chance to even begin trading with the Hydras. Hydras are a really funny unit where their critical mass really is a thing, where it's like, there's a point where Hydras just kill things before their numbers drop off quickly enough, and they just swarm hard, you know? So, yeah, it just became a bit of an issue. Like I said, I don't think there's necessarily a problem with the way that Scarlett was building up. Just the right units, right time, buying a bit more time, maybe being a bit more decisive, jumping on the reinforcements, because she moved toward the reinforcements multiple times over, but she never really got like a major pick-off. Like, she picked off a few Marines. I don't think she ever even got a siege tank reinforcing. Maybe she got one. It just felt like she could have done more denying the rest of the units coming across the map. Like, in those moments, maybe the Marines should never have been able to meet up with Marine buddies, and they should have kept the game, you know, a lot more difficult for Percival to kind of play out from there. So, yeah, a few different things to think of as we get into a Game 3. Well, I'm not going to complain. I'm happy with the Game 3. Great to see Percival taking a map as well, being competitive. Great opening series of day 2 for us, honestly, because, like I say, these two players are ones that I think we got to watch out for. I could really see both these, you know, Scarlett and Percival both making playoffs, but one of them will have to do it through the 0-1 route. Start off 0-1 and then work from there. I'm genuinely very excited to see how this format works out. I'm super excited to see the games. I'm really excited for the end of today, where we get to see what matchups we have in round 2. Because I think that's where it's already going to start being super exciting, where you have a lot of the players matching up against each other, and you're like, oh my goodness, yeah, that's going to be a banger, or not, or... I think it's going to be more bangers than not, though, in round 2, to be honest, so... Yeah, it should be very fun, very excited to see how today pans out. Day 2 of our European League. Yesterday was fun as well, but we did have a few quick games, so... I wouldn't mind if today was a bit more kind of juicy and meaty as well when it comes to the... you know, the amount of StarCraft we get out of it. A little bit more than... I think yesterday we were done in 2 hours and 40 minutes, which for 6 best of 3s is pretty speedy. Like, you know, we estimate 30 minutes per best of 3, but 2 hours 40 for 6 best of 3s with downtime time between games for videos and stuff is a pretty darn quick day. So, hoping we hit 3+ hours today. Hopefully 3.5 is a nice little length of stream usually for 6 best of 3s, so... we'll see. How will the matchups be decided for round 2? Live draw on stream. I'm actually using a bracket website just to generate the matches so that I don't have to do it myself. So it will just be generated from there, but I will show you guys the matches for round 2 at the end of the day. So it's not a live draw. That would have been exciting, though. Like, literally just draw people that I want to know out of the hat. That would have been fun, but it's just a little bit easier for me to to use the bracket website, which generates it all for me and just tracks it for me. So I will show you guys what the matches for round 2 are, like I say, by the end of... well, at the end of today's stream. I'll put the final result in. I'll let the bracket thing generate it. But yeah, the TLDR is it basically gets randomized. I don't believe it takes any seeding into account. So yeah. I mean, there was no real... there was a... so basically, the way that this... okay, when I say seeding, I mean it very loosely, but the way it generated the first matches were like the order that the players were in. Like, the first 12 players would match up from the second 12 players on the list of players I put in, right? So I did do a little bit of, like, very light seeding, where, like, I made sure, like, who I would call the favorites did not play each other necessarily in round 1 completely. But it was very loose. I mean, we still got matches like Showtime and Mana, you know, yesterday, which I think both of those probably should have been top 12, really, because it really was quite loose in terms of what I did. So, yeah, I just wanted to, I really wanted to avoid like a Max Packs Hero Marine round 1 or something, it's like something super obvious. But from round 2 onwards, I'm pretty sure anything is good to go. I've got no idea what algorithm or what thought process the bracket website's going to use, so round 2 could be literally anything between players of the same scoreline. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Obviously, the whole point of Swiss is that you don't necessarily need seeding, because the whole point of Swiss is that over time you average out to, say for example you play, say for example round 2 is Max Packs versus Hero Marine. You could say those are the 2 favorites for the tournament, right? Maybe you should say, well, they should only meet each other if they're both 4-0, right? But at the same time, like, if they're both the favorites, the whole point of Swiss is that they will play each other in round 2, and then from there, you should probably still see Max Packs winning out, and you should probably still see Hero Marine winning out if they're truly the top 2 favorites, right? Because they just play more matches. So, like, in theory, the end result is the same. They're both going to be 5-0 and 4-1. The fact they played in round 2 versus round 5 is not necessarily super terrible. Everyone is going to play the same amount of group stage matches. So, like I say, the seeding does not typically matter as much with Swiss. Whereas, obviously, in like a typical, like, say you have like a GSL style group with dual elimination, seeding is pretty important, because if you get in the same group as one of the other tournament favorites, like, someone has to get knocked out, right? So yeah, it's like I say, it's a fun format. I'm excited to see what we can do with it. One of my biggest criticisms when ESL did Swiss was that it wasn't true Swiss, where it was like there genuinely was seeding, and they seeded every round. So if you were like a high seeded player but you got upset in round 1, you would be at the absolute best seed in round 2, at 0 and 1, and you would play someone you should never really lose to in round 2, So like it was very hard to not just see the normal kind of results, because the seeding was so heavily impacted. Like, the fact they seeded round by round was kind of crazy, to be honest. Because that kind of goes against the point of Swiss. Say what goes against the point of the early game is, well, losing all of your drones. As Scarlett loses 14 super early on. That's a big hit. But Percival lost everything. So, kind of weird. Because actually, Scarlett, there was a lot of drones, but she kills every single Hellion, both the Banshees. There was like no drone pulling or mining time lost. You guys might think I'm crazy. I actually don't know if this is so bad for Scarlett. Because Percival has like no map control all of a sudden. The Banshees are no longer a problem. I'm not going to try and defend losing 14 drones. But I genuinely think you can look at this and be like, it's playable. Because Scarlett was being a little bit greedy. Like, she could kind of afford... Like, it would have been worse if those Hellions drove in, killed 10 drones, and they drove out. And there's still an issue that you have to keep on dealing with. Right now, she's had the 8 roaches, and she hasn't had any need to build more. Let's see what she does, or how she does against these upcoming attacks. I do think it probably has been, like, good for Percival still, and he's probably okay about it. But it's not like, a lot of the time when we see 14 drones, it's like, okay, cool story, I guess let's go into the next matchup. Because 14 drones is too many to lose. But 14 drones like this, I almost want to say, like I say, that I want to say it's playable. And I get it right now. Her army supply is equal / slightly less. And she's playing roaches, so it doesn't look ideal. But she's also investing into the hive. She's also getting infestors out already. So she's not just purely pumping roaches. You are going to see the offset of this a little bit, where the Marines get a bit more creep spread denial. The top left creep is going to go wild, but if Percival can stop the middle and right sides from getting the creep spread out in front, then you're going to have much easier access into the fights that you want to take toward the Zerg bases. So that will be a huge factor. That will be a big bonus. As the Roach Ravager fights, good bungle. Onto a few Marines, onto the siege tank. A couple shots coming back the other way. Roaches are going to get blasted once more. 1-1 upgrade is going to finish up on the missiles and the carapace. You do just see the rest of the Roach Ravager coming through. Lings, Overlords still building up. The creep teamers are coming through as well. And that CC going to drop down on that top base at 12 o'clock here in the next few moments. Just going to get that CC into position. A couple more corrosive vials. Going to knock down the siege tank already. The Overseer overhead goes down immediately. Roach Ravager going to spread. We're just going to jump down on this. Scarlett is going to have enough to clear this up. And Percival gets chased away. Of course it's bad. I mean, yes, of course it's bad. But, like, it's also not like she lost 14 workers when she had the units and they were just out of position. Like, she actually just didn't have units, Like, if there was going to be a time to lose 14 workers, this was kind of the time to lose 14 workers. Like, of all the times for Zerg to lose 14 workers, this is probably the most okay time to lose 14 workers. That doesn't mean it's good. No one wants to lose 14 workers. But it's my job to tell you the reality of the situation, which is that this was not going to be a waltz, you know, for Percival from that point on. You know, a lot of games, this would have just been it, that's over. But, like, this one really was not over at that moment, you know? So, anyway. We got our lings gathered up. We do see the 2-2 upgrades coming online. Kindness plating. Building from Scarlett, so she's going to get a tech coming through here. The Ultra's going to get taken to the stage. A couple more infestors coming out. Percival is going to get 2-2 done. Has 4 bases very comfortably. That is one of the strengths that he definitely has at the moment. The base count has just come up very comfortably from him. 5th base already on the way. Scarlett still has very good creep to the top side of the map, and obviously even in the center here as well. The fact that she's able to press forward with these Ravages is going to allow her to get even more creep, crossing the middle of the map toward the Terran. Terrifying for Percival, because it's going to slow you down so much. If you're fighting on creep, you're generally taking a bad fight. So you do not want to fight on creep. You're going to have to stop and clean it up and let it, you know, phase back a little bit as well. So that's really not ideal. Scarlett going to double expand right-hand bottom of the map. Bottom right-hand of the map, sorry, I should say. And get 2 bases on the way there. This bio's like, I guess we should scan, but I'm going to try and find the right position to scan in. Bling Ravager going to try and make that a difficult choice. Like I said, the Ultras are coming up. Scarlett's army is going to get buffed up a little bit from what it originally was. That Infestor, unluckily, does get caught, goes down. It felt as though it was maybe just about to get out of reach and get out of range, but it doesn't happen. Actually gets a Blinding Cloud here. Forces the bio army back, but I don't know if we really need to go chasing into this. I mean, you're fighting down a ramp through a choke point. It's just not really the sort of position you want to, you know, be forcing the fight in. You know, sometimes you take those fights, but, like, there's just no need for Scarlett to be committing to it, so... Now we got the Ultra and the few Ravagers coming up the other direction, and, I mean, this bio is drained of health, and the Medivacs are drained of energy, so... It's definitely one of those moments where you can absolutely chase a Scarlett. Nice Parasitic Bomb on the Medivacs, too. Ultra doing a little bit of work, is getting kited and kind of hit as we go, though. More Corrosive Bile, CC. Gonna get hit down a half HP. Just gonna be seeing the rest of those Marines getting caught. Ultra gonna be chomping. And we do still see a little bit more bio just stepping forward here. This hatchery gonna go down, so the bottom right base of Scarlett do not come up. That's big for Percival, getting a good little counterattack in. Get some snipey boys going as well. Pew pew. And the Ravagers disappear like a magic trick. And we do see an Ultra over there as well. Is gonna go down. The Ultra will be killed. It's going to be seeing the Ultra still chomping, man. Those Marines are getting absolutely stomped out. I mean, Ultra falls, don't get me wrong, but, like, we did a fair amount here. Like, we cleaned up the majority of the threat, but Scarlett's supply is in trouble. Now, that said, she has a ton of money, and she just started up a massive round of production. As I said, her supply's in trouble. I looked at the bank, and then I saw her spend the bank, and she's maxed out. So, it was just a case of her waiting to decide what she's building. It's going to be 50 Lings, 4 Ultras, and 2 Infestors. It's still a very trade and run about the map heavy composition, which is concerning as well that she's only on the 5 bases. Like, the Terran is expanding to 5 base right now. If this 5th base comes up here from Percival, this is scary for Scarlett. Like, she's not going to be building up a massive bank. Her resource loss must be, wow, it's not even that bad. 12k to 11k, well, 13 to 11k, let's call it. That's really honestly not bad either. Just, yeah, needs to, honestly, I just has lost them bases in the bottom right, maybe way too easily, to be honest. They should have been a little bit more of a challenge to get rid of. The Medivacs did evacuate a few of those units. I'm actually going to get dropped off in the background. Now Percival hits the left-hand side, and Scarlett, despite the creep spread being all across the map, is not going to see this one coming, so this hatchery is a goner. I like that Scarlett, though, decides to just commit to the counterattack. She realizes, okay, we can go at least base for base here. Let's at least try and slow you down in this process. She doesn't have Baneling speed yet, so those Banes are going to be slow. A couple of Widow Mines going off. The first Ultra's taking damage. I mean, Scarlett might have to pull back home. She's not going to chase forward, which is super scary because this army is still over here dealing damage, but her army is not dealing damage. It's running away. So it's peeling back. We're going to mass expand all over the place. We've got the money, but we need to make sure we keep the hatcheries because you need the ability to build units, and the hatcheries are that production for a Zerg player. So Scarlett pulls back. Percival got away-ish. Gonna actually get chased up to the top side here a little bit instead. Widow Mine shot is good onto the Ultra. A couple of ghosts stepping through. The bio going to be there. A couple of snipes coming down. Parasitic Bomb onto the Medivacs. One of those Medivacs already hurting. is going to get blown up, so the medevac will fall. A little snipey snipe on the Infestor as well. More ghosts coming through, SCVs coming up, missile turrets on the way, add an orbital on. Got a couple of ultras being built up right now. Add on that Nidus network, add on the 6 extra hatcheries. I mean, she's just mass expanding back up. I mean, yeah, a tough couple moments here. She's going to lose the top left base. I really don't think she should be losing both sides. I mean, this was a mistake from her. She did commit over. She didn't kill a base, though. I mean, losing the bottom right, then losing the left a little bit definitely hurts, but she can rebuild up one of those sides. I don't think that happens the second time over. Let's see, Scarlett attacking in, tank going down, going to continue to give chase. The ghosts do finally get a moment to stop and snipe, and that's going to be good to take down some of those ultras. Pushing Scarlett back again. Supply is 165 to 155. A lot of ultras in the production from Scarlett. Now 6 of them on the way up. How many ghosts are we on? 9. These infestors are going to become very important. You're going to need these infestors to start landing those fungals and cancelling some of these snipes. Otherwise, this definitely becomes a problem, you know? I mean, these ultras will not do well against the ghosts if you don't stop the ghosts from just sniping, you know? You can't just let them do as they wish. So we're going to have to do something there to have a little bit of an impact. A couple marauders and ghosts coming through. The SCVs will repair the planetary for a couple of moments as well. Still got those ultras and lings on the way in. We're going to hit the hatchery to the bottom side. One ultra popping out, peeling to the side. Snipe on the ultra. Whiffs. Does not land. And we get the hatchery on the bottom. Medevac's with the big lift up, going to pull back to the top right where there is a Nidus network coming into play. Like that. So Percival, I think I thought he was on his way to deal with it. I think he still is. I think he's got units coming over. Nidus will finish, but only for a few seconds. So that will be denied. Obviously, still going to take units into the main base, which maybe gives you the chance to attack through here. A couple of Banes trying to slip on side. Sorry, excuse me. Fungal growth kind of whiffs, half and half. Second one lands on the medevacs at least. And those few units get completely stuck in the corner. Percival with money in the bank, but he's going to have to start spending it. And Scarlett takes down, forces this base at least away for the moment. But he's not going to be able to stick around and ensure that that stays denied. The libs are out as well. See if they want to be harassing or if we want to use them as part of the army and defense. Can really go either way. Spire coming up from Scarlett. She preps for an even later stage of this game. 17 minutes on Tokamak right now. This opening match of the day really is delivering a little bit, huh? Yeah, Spire again coming through. The hatch and the upgrades continue to come by. A couple of missile turrets will come down at the front. Medevac loads up. Going to go boosting down towards the center and is going to have an opportunity there to pick away at a hatchery. Especially the Nidus in the back right, going to be on its way up again. It's going to go down. Going to get killed. And the few Marines going to go for a couple of drones. So workers going down. 7 workers going down for Scarlett, but she's going to get some revenge here. You got to decide what you do with these ultras. Like, do you run them back through the liberators? Those libs are an issue. And the few ultras kind of got stuck on the wrong side of the libs, unfortunately. Now the ultras on the left side not going to do well either. Scarlett, this is the problem with this army comp. You need the spellcasters to be doing things. She has some lava, but she's got to figure out what she wants to build. She's got to start building it, like, now. Like, especially if you're going to build ultras, they're going to take a while to build. And this Terran army is going to start pushing into you. First of all, with the momentum at the moment is Scarlett. Like I say, the army needed the spellcasters. But the spellcasters just were not there. Blinding Cloud comes down. We really needed the fungals as well for the ultras to really connect. You drop this fungal on the ramp now, but there's no units to capitalize on it. 7 ultras on the way, but like I say, we kind of needed those to come up ASAP, and they've just been so slow to start building. The Lynx around is at least going to force this group of units back, but Scarlett needs more units, and now she might be lava starved. No, she has 10. It's not great if you want to spend all those minerals on Lings, though, right? And again, units just dropping into the corners. The choke point's making it difficult for the melee units as well. And Percival might be about to take himself to a victory on the opening match of Day 2 of Round 1 of the European League. Scarlett's supply is definitely staying low, even with her money being spent. Yeah, she pops back up with a few Banes. It'd be nice if you could, grab some of these medevacs with the Vipers or something, but they just don't get into reach, and Percival makes a retreat. And Scarlett is probably forced to attack. Like, she just took a bunch of damage. She's once again limited on bases. She does have all 3 of the fresh bases bottom right side. That's nice. I actually still feel like she has to attack, though. I actually think she has to do something with this army. The thing is, it's not like Scarlett's had a bad army. It's just she's not been able to use it in the best kind of way. The Ultras have always been kind of on their own. The Fungals have not really landed recently. That's a great Fungal on the left side, and yet unfortunately there's not enough units on the left side to take advantage of it. But it's definitely a better fight for Scarlett, who broke through on the top side as well, and she may not completely win on the bottom left, but the Ultras won on the top. And so the fight in 2 places does help Scarlett in a major way. Now she might have enough to chase down a little bit. Going to chase onto that siege tank. The bio units are going to lift up to retreat. The tank goes down. Cancelled command center. And Scarlett's going to remain in this game. 120 to 112 supply. Bank accounts have been spent for the most part. There's about 1,000 minerals left. We'll see what the players want to build. Right now, I'm a little afraid that Percival's able to afford like a bunch of tech units, and Scarlett, I'm still afraid that her army is just going to be these Ultras. She has 1 Infestor and 2 Vipers, and every second that these Ultras stuck around felt like a problem as well. 1 more Ultra going down there. It is going to be Percival who bounces back much more resoundingly on the army supply, but Scarlett has the drone count and the economy to probably keep her in it if she just doesn't roll over and die to one bigger push. She just needs to try and keep herself alive here. Parasite bomb costs you a Viper. You get a medevac, so this group of units will go down, but the Viper is costly. It's not like Scarlett has as much of a bank as the Terran player. There's actually a lot of gas available for Percival. Scarlett is missing gas right now, so she is mining a lot more gas than Percival, so she's going to have gas on the way up. She's going to add some Corruptors too. Very nice against the Liberators, good against the medevacs as well. So there is definitely power in those Liberators, but they're in those Corruptors, but they're not something that's going to help the ground army, which has been a problem for Scarlett. When you sit here at 70 to 100 army supply, and you just wonder, does Scarlett truly have the army she needs to actually take a fight any longer? I think it's going to be very difficult. It honestly feels like she needs a nigh on perfect Fungal, but the Infestor's out of energy. Widowmine at least doesn't do much. Parasite Bomb does go down. Good split from Percival. The units run away. Scarlett decides to disengage as well. No, the Ultra. You can't really afford to let the Ultra just run back through. Another Bane, a couple of the Lings. The Infestor is maybe a prime target here as well. We turn back around. There's Liberator harassment that we've got to go deal with. 9 drones going down. Scarlett has got the better economy. If she has time for it to come into play, right? That is the issue. Do we have a chance for these drones to truly just sit there and mine and comfortably give Scarlett what she needs? She's even adding on more drones. This is almost a challenge to Percival to be like, hey, if you just sit back because you're afraid of the mobility of my army, I'm going to completely take advantage of it, right? You know, you're going to come in and, you know, the drones are just going to keep on mining and she's going to get a larger and larger force. So the question is to Percival, do you have the guts to kind of come out here and to fight this army right now while you definitely have an advantage there? Or are you going to let Scarlett's eco build into an even better place? Resources lost in this game is 48 to 39,500. So it's not been bad eco or bad trading from Scarlett, it's just obviously been the consistency of keeping bases online. Moments like this are so scary too. Gonna chase into a Terran army that kites back into the back into the Widowmine Saw, and he's a little bit more bio showing up. What do we want to do? Parasitic Bomb and a guaranteed medevac kill. Fungal will go down. Ultra will get some chomps off. Is it good enough? We do get rid of the majority of units on the left side, but the medevacs drop off from the right. Scarlett's back in the overall supply lead, but it's mostly because of the work account. Her army count is not doing too great. We've got the Marauders going to chase for that base. I don't think we've got anything left on the ground. Okay, I lie. Ling Ultra shows up. That hatchery will fall. And Viper just getting some energy back. Honestly, Lings right now might be able to overwhelm these Ghosts a little bit. Vipers and Corruptors gonna make it very difficult to evacuate here. The Corruptors do not manage to get the medevacs. So the medevacs make the escape with a bunch of the expensive units for Percival. 90 army supply to the 80. Scarlett still has a bit of minerals in the bank. Percival still has the gas in the bank. He really builds bio. Scarlett rebuilds the Ultralisks. And this game will not be given up on just yet here on Tokamak. We continue to fight on through in Game 3 of this series. Game of the tournament so far. We're on day 2, but we're definitely finding game of the tournament for now at least. As no, the Lings, they did the right move in knocking down the rock tower to deny some minerals in the future. But some of the Lings fell in that process as well, which is a costly loss. Rest in peace, my beautiful Zergling bros. World Granders, we have a quiet moment in this. Thank you so much for the 66 months. Appreciate it and hope you're doing well. Thank you for the support as Scarlett attempts to re-establish this hatchery. Mine has been kind of swinging between Scarlett and Percival's favor. Like, we've been going a little bit back and forth here. It mostly has been Scarlett, but you can see right now Percival's had some advantages on the income. that top left base being untouched for Percival is definitely a big bonus. If Scarlett could find some attention up to the top left, that would be great. But she's got to be afraid of this consistently terrifying and potentially ready to engage Terran army over here. And Fungal's okay on the Ultra, on the Marauders at the front, but I would have loved to have seen the Ghost getting Fungaled. A couple of them did, but the Ultras did not manage to close the gap, and the Ghosts are going to go pew, 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 and they're going to get a GG out of Scarlett as Percival wins. A hell of a game here on Tokamak. 25 minutes, and actually, I think Scarlett was in a bit of trouble for a while, but she genuinely did take some fights to keep her in it and to give her some chances. Well, there you go. The two of the non-Europeans in the European League give us an absolute banger of a game. Percival getting it done on the European server is definitely nothing to scoff at, as we already have an invite to our next matchup. Jimmy versus Art are vetoed and in the lobby, so we are going to get ready to go, and head into some PvP action, guys. So we'll just give it a minute because I got to run ads. But yeah, we'll give it a minute or so, and then we'll get ready to go into this next matchup as we continue our way through the European League games. Scarlett will be at 1 and 2. Man, there's potentially some very scary matchups at the 0-1 scoreline in in this tournament, because we're talking about Scarlett could meet Showtime. Scarlett could beat Baberine, who's just had a great event. She could beat Sebestes, who's just had a great event, at Home Story Cup. So all the matches, and I'm so excited to see what our round 2 matches are going to be, because I genuinely have no idea what's going to look like. Like, it's so, like, usually we know, like, if these guys win, they're going to play each other next. But, like, right now, until today finishes, we don't know what the next round looks like. We can only guess what it might end up as. Right now, I'm finding that super exciting. So, very cool, very exciting. We are going to take a moment, like I said, just give the ads a chance to roll. Once the ads are done, we're going to be right into this match. We're already in the lobby, so a couple of moments, and we'll be able to continue on forward. Sorry, guys, my voice caught at some point during that game as well. Lots of talking, lots of excitement, opening up the day. Again, congrats to Percival. Getting it done on the European server is not bad at all. Hey, what's up, Thor's Beer? Thank you so much for the 9-month resub. How you doing? Loving the energy today. Yeah, I mean, I'm powered up today because I guess I've just been out, and me and Helen went on a little lunch date, had some food, wandered about a little bit, had some bubble tea. I'm just like, usually I wake up, I have to go out in the cold and walk Ellie, and I'm groggy, and we start casting. Today, I've had a chance to enjoy life a little bit first, so, Alright, players are just double checking if they're ready, and we are going to be allowed to go straight into this as we head into Incorporeal for the opening map of PvP here between Jumi and Art. Actually, this is an exciting one. To me, Jumi is the player who's been a lot more prominent in the scene recently, but Art is always this kind of player. He does work, he's got a job, dude can't just afford to kind of stop and play StarCraft and all the events that happen through the day and stuff. But this guy is, a low-key, very strong Polish Grandmaster Protoss who has just consistently been here in the European scene, and has sometimes made those bids to be kind of one of those stronger players. I honestly think if Art had ever kind of stopped and just been like, hey, I'm going to full-time StarCraft for a bit, he would have had some pretty crazy good results. Like, I think he could have made a good push. But he chose the real-life kind of route and kept StarCraft as kind of more of a side thing, so yeah, he's continued to kind of be that kind of challenger, and I think that's what he's going to be here. But with a decent shot, I'd give this as like a 65-35 to Jumi. I might be completely off with that. Like, maybe Art's not as in shape. Maybe Jumi really is just a little bit better right now, especially in the PvP. I'm going to say that Art has a pretty darn good chance. He's that pink Protoss that starts the bottom right side of the map. As we have in the top left, the green Protoss player, Jumi. Now, I know, guys. Some of y'all are going to be like, PvP, how can we ever watch this? Etc., etc. Well, let me tell you about why you guys can watch this. Because if you guys persevere through this one, you guys can get to the next matchups, which are going to be very exciting still. We have later today, I mean, we got a little bit more... okay, first thing says we do have a little bit more PvP later in Harstem Gerald, but that's right at the end of the day. Before then, we're going to have young Yakov versus Shameless, which is actually a pretty cool matchup for round 3. uThermal to take on FanT, which is very fun as well, and Nicoract against Goblin. Goblin, that, the guy that nearly made it to EWC, going to be taking on Nicoract, who is constantly coming out with the aggressive builds. Going to be some fun StarCraft 2. Still on the way. We've got lots of games coming up here in the WardiTV European League. 6 best-of-3s today. That first one was a banger. That's what we wanted a bit of yesterday. A series that really fleshed out the day a little bit. An actual 1 hour best-of-3. Yeah, yesterday we were lucky to make 25 minutes with 3 games. So, yeah, that's what we kind of wanted. That's what we needed. I love it. The WardiTV European League really feels like it's begun now. It really feels like we're onto something at this point. As you see, Cybercore coming up when we get things settled in for this game number 1. The only good thing about Protoss is that PvP is that Protoss will lose. Wow. Brutal. As do you see that probe going to go out the other direction, and there we are going to see. We've seen a little bit of what's going on here early, right, in the form of Adept and Stalker versus Stalker and Sentry from Art. So a little bit more kind of ability to kind of be on the map as Jumi with the Adept. And then probably, I would imagine, a Sentry behind this, to be honest. Like, he's going to have gas. He's not building a tech structure. Maybe wants to expand early. Maybe you expand into, like, Sentry. Another Stalker and Sentry on the way out currently from Art, so he's going to just continue in the much more normal pathway. Jumi will be, again, the first to expand here. Like I say, watching those double gates, expecting Sentry. It's a bunch of gas, and Sentry's just so good in the PvP. Hallucinations right now give you so much information to work with. It's really hard to argue with those guys. And it's hard not to give the Sentry a job on the battlefield, right? It's hard not to give it a place in your army. They just give you so much info, constant scouting abilities. And it's pretty darn powerful. Twilight Council goes in around the back. And we'll get that started up as well as the warp gates continue through. And yeah, we see our first tech speed from both players. I mean, Jumi's just ahead on the build order. Twilight Council earlier. Nexus earlier. What's his downside? He's got 1 less Sentry and his first scout was a little bit later. I don't really think that is too big of a deal, if I'm going to be completely frank with you. Sentry to join up, probe still gathering. Just take a couple of additional moments as the Stalkers come through. A couple of setups for a moment or so. Hallucination going to go out across the map. Just have that blink on the way up from both players. So blink on the way in. We get that started. And again, extra probes in production as well. So we just continue to bring all of this up and running. The hallucination right there is going to take a few nibbles as well. Bam, bam, and it gets pushed away. Stalker and the Sentry is going to show up, and kaboom! The hallucination will fall as you continue to build the blink from both players. Hallucination goes down. Nexus will set up on the 3rd base. And I'm just going to get that probe again. Still got the blinks coming up. The Stalker's on the way. It's going to be pretty mirrored. We'll see if one player... I mean, the big thing you can do right now is one player adds gates while the other builds a Nexus. Or you trap somebody out on the map. Jumi getting some force fields down. He's now going to get force fielded himself. Art's reinforcements kind of shift this fight a little bit. I don't know if Art's really got enough overall. Obviously, no player has blink just yet. When we come out of this fight, Jumi still has... Man, Jumi's situation in this game is Art's actually lost a couple of workers. Going to lose a 3rd right there. Art's down like 5 workers. He's down a bit of army supply. 3rd a little bit faster from Jumi. It just feels like Jumi right now, you're seeing maybe the difference between the players where Jumi has been a player who's very consistently been playing, competing, and kind of taking part, and maybe Art with that more kind of step-back approach. You can see just kind of the little difference in the builds, a little different in the mechanics. Jumi's just coming out of, you know, everything right now with the slight edge of an advantage, and in a mirror matchup especially, that can be a big deal, right? Like, in a TVT, it's like, whatever, you know, you can't attack into your opponent. But in a PvP, you know, actually, when you can warp in across the map, a couple of seconds with a few more units can absolutely be a big deal breaker. So, definitely a factor. We'll just have the Forges coming down, the gate's still building up, Nexus on the way, Stalker's added on. I think the longer this goes, where Art is essentially just mirroring Jumi, the worse it is for him, because, like, you're mirroring him with that slight disadvantage, so there's nothing that's going to shift things into your favor. I mean, Jumi just steps in very comfortably here. We blink in to deal with the Adepts, which means what? Are we going to give up this 3rd base? The Stalkers blink on top of Arts. Jumi begins to get rid of a couple of those. The battery will be depowered. Can Jumi keep fighting here is the question. I don't know if he can. Guardian Shield coming up. Oh, the force fields. You can blink across this as Art and fight this. I mean, Jumi, if he commits to the base, that's a decision, right? He chooses to commit to the base. We're going to get a couple more Stalkers killed. The thing is now is that Art just has to go across the map. Like, you don't really have a choice. He can rebuild the Nexus, yes, but he kind of has to go and do something, because if he sits down without a 3rd base for the next minute and a half, dude's in trouble, you know? So he has to go and try and take advantage army-wise. I just don't know if he's going to. He stops to kill a pile and he's going to actually just pull back. Odds playing this as though Jumi, like, committed to gateways, then a third base to get the third base kill. He's like, okay, fine, you know what? Your gambit paid off. But this was Jumi just, again, that slight edge, slightly more units. Adepts forces the blink into the natural. Defense not there, and the third force field's buying you the time to get the Nexus. Like, Jumi did not cut anything to do this, and he's just now in a better position. So, like I say, for Art, that kind of felt like, you know, from our point of view, he needed to just go. Like, this was not like a stop and discuss it kind of scenario. You just gotta go, go, go. There ain't no stopping at that stage. So, yeah, a little bit rough as we do see these Stalkers there chasing. One Stalker goes down, the probe will also fall. This one charge, and a couple more Stalkers still coming online. Stalkers coming across, Guardian Shield gonna pop up, a couple more Stalkers coming in. Damage begins to be done. Two more Stalkers warping in again. We continue back and forth right now. I mean, this is it for Art, right? Prism's out. Warpins available. The Zealots going through from Jumi are so annoying. They're so tanky. It takes so long to chew through the Zealots, and that's time where you're just not damaging Stalkers. And Jumi also has the +1 attack upgrade advantage. It's already finished. He blinks for the Prism. And again, just all the little leads from Jumi at the start of this game really led to him just then. I mean, he did the right things with it, right? He got on the map. He looked for the opportunity. He looked for the advantage that he'd made for himself. And he really took it with, you know, both hands and just said, right, this is it. This is what we're playing for. Let's go. And sent it. GG's. As we'll be taking a moment or two and heading into our next game, which will be well, I don't know what the map's all right now because these guys viewed it without me, which is fine. I was very happy that they were very ready to play. The second map will be Tokamak. So Tokamak for game 2, Jumi leads 1-0. We just wait for Art to join us in this second lobby to get this PvP back on the road, and we'll be getting back on track for more WardiTV European League action here tonight. Again, I appreciate you all joining us and tuning in. Good to see you guys. And yeah, excited for some more SC2ing. Alright, countdown is away as you can hear, and we're going to get into this in a moment. Heading into Tokamak. In the bottom left, that player with the lead of the best of 3 will be the Green Protoss players, the GLHF in sync. It is going to be Jumi. An exclamation mark at the end of his GLHF, though. Is in the top right. Our pink Protoss player will be Art. Again, thanks for joining us today, guys. Just want to take a moment early at the start of this game to, again, do a little bit of selling out. First of all, if you're watching the streams, whether you're on YouTube, you can like and subscribe for free. Helps out a bunch. YouTube loves it when you interact with the stream. It then promotes it to other people. And also, subscribing just helps you find our streams and our videos in the future as well. Really appreciate if you take a moment to do that on the YouTube. On Twitch, you can follow for free. And obviously, just in general, if you can afford to support, whether you've got a Prime sub available on Twitch, you can sub regularly, etc. Whether you want to check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WardiTV and directly support the tournament prize pools, all of it allows us to keep the StarCraft 2 coming. This is a WardiTV event, and as always, I said it already once today, I'll say it again, WardiTV events do not exist without your support. So if you're enjoying this tournament, if you're enjoying the different time zone a little bit as well, please do consider supporting. I deadly seriously mean it when I say it goes a super long way, and it really allows us to continue running these events in the future. So, yeah, just while we have a moment of probe scouting and second gateways coming up, just a moment to do our part of selling out and trying to generate some revenue. Thank you for listening. And thank you even further if it resonated with you and you decide to support. See? Advanced thanking as well. So now you guys gotta feel real guilty about, you know, not doing anything, you know. I'm already saying thank you. Like, you can't sit there and do nothing, right? Vasmos, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Good salesman. Beautiful. Love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I really do mean it. Like, the support goes a long way, guys. You know, I have a lot of StarCraft plans this year. I guess just in case you're wondering what our plans kind of are this year, is basically we've got the European League right now. This will run until just after eSport World Cup. And then we're going to start up the WardiTV Summer Championship for the month of August. May not end in August, may end like mid-September or so. And then October-ish, we're going to do the Korean Royale and the WardiTV Fall Frenzy. And that leads us into our end-of-year 2025 Championship, November/December. So that's kind of the WardiTV plan for the year. Those are all big $3,000 to $5,000 plus tournaments. And obviously that's accompanied by all the usual smaller tournaments, the WardiTV Mondays. If we have a week spare somewhere, we might run one of the monthly tournaments again as well. So, yeah, we have a lot of stuff planned, obviously. A lot of it depends on if other stuff comes around as well. Like if another big event comes about, we might have to shift something or so. But right now, pending any disruptions, that is our plan. And obviously, we're not super set in stone with stuff has to be this week or that week. So we still have the ability to shift around as necessary as well. So that's all happening. And like I say, we don't make these things happen without your support. So I appreciate the subs, appreciate the watching. That's the most important thing too. Last thing of selling out is truly just a thank you for watching, because you guys watching and even watching the ads and stuff and just being here and providing viewer numbers, those are the sort of things that go a long way to help out as well. So appreciate you all, and I'm gonna shut up and let the game be talked about instead, because we have something a little bit different here this time. Jumi has the Stargate, so he's gone into an Oracle early, so that's a very different approach from him this game. So a little bit of a different vibe in that regard. Let's just have the sentries and Stork going to push that Adept away. Forcefield does a little bit of a whiff, does not catch the Adept, which is generally going to be the idea, so not quite able to do what he wants to there. He'll hallucinate to track that Oracle, so he'll know where it is. That does still mean you need the units in position, and we warp in 2 Stalkers. That should be good to start deflecting this. Oracle does not really want to stand through 2 Stalkers of damage, although it will actually help to get rid of the pylon on the low ground. Not bad. The pylon going down is better than nothing at all, right? That's genuinely a pick-off from Jumi that you would not typically expect to see, so yeah, we really take that. As Blink continues up, probes continue through, Dark Shrine and a Gateway coming along as well for the next couple of moments. Silicon boosting up that Blink, the Gateway morphs on in. Actually have the Dark Shrine from Jumi too, so he's really going for the tech here. Remember, he went Stargate first as well. So he went Stargate first, and is now going to take, have the audacity to go into the Dark Shrine too. So Jumi with a bit of everything. The Robo Facility, though, from Art is going to be the correct call in this game. Does not have the audacity to kind of go without detection, and correctly so. Like he just needs that detection. It's going to be correct in this case. So the prioritization of the Robo Facility is a good choice, and I think we just canceled the Dark Shrine. Now I'm not sure if that Dark Shrine was. Did Jumi scout the Robo? Yes, he saw the Robo and he cancelled the Dark Shrine. Perfect. So it's basically a gambit from Jumi where it's like, if you don't build detection, because I've got the Oracle and I'm going Blink and you kind of know that, he's going to basically kind of say, you should skip the corner and kind of get away with kind of going pure Blink Stalkers. The moment he sees the Robo, he says, cool, I'm just going to go Blink Stalkers myself and try and match those numbers a little bit more easily. Because obviously the Dark Shrine's an investment. If you don't build that Dark Shrine, you will afford more Stalkers and so on, and that is going to be important when you've invested into that Oracle early as well. Stalkers and Sentries gathering on that natural. Getting joined up for the moment. Blink 7 seconds away from finishing. Stalkers, Sentries stepping through. Stasis Ward gets denied. Nice little Blink with the Stalkers there. Good job. Stalkers coming back the other way. 2 more gates coming about. Nexus coming up. Stalkers still on that right-hand side looking to gather in. Nexus in the Forge coming through. A couple of extra probes coming online. Not going to see this Nexus on the 3rd base. Going to start getting poked away at a little bit. Stalkers will shoot. Nexus will take some damage. Oh, doesn't go down. That would have been nice from Jumi. He is going wild in the main base. Gets 5 probes. So he's opening up a worker advantage. But he's got a bit of an army deficit. And right now, yeah, catching a couple units here is odd. Is not a bad thing. Especially considering in this game, he kept the 3rd alive. He's going to chase a little. Can he do well for himself? Nice Blink back. Avoids the damage of a Stalker volley there. And Jumi has got the distance necessary. Again, I think this is a moment where you got to try and chase down a little bit and try and find your opportunity, but it's scary. You have no warping potential. Like, it really sucks when you don't have the chance to really, like, warp in aggressively, because it takes away that ability to kind of punish your opponent a little bit unless things have gone seriously wrong for him. But I always think if you've got a robo out, like, getting a prism would have been amazing. You know, like, there's just so much value to be had in one prism. Even if you just use that prism to threaten an attack, having it available to be able to, like, deal with or to, you know, successfully counterattack when the opportunity arises is just huge as well. He had a gateway build on the left side, so that's going to be what he tries to use. He has 45 to 32 army supply as we attack on in. Art leads in. He has the Guardian Shield up. The Guardian Shield returns up from Jumi, but it's only going to cover the right side of the army. There's a little bit more to the left, actually. So I think Art's going to get some good trades there. The Guardian Shield going down as well from both sides now. The sentry actually died for Jumi. Art would like to try and keep on trading, but he is going to be up against immediate warp-ins. His own warp-in showing up from that left side gateway we mentioned, so he will be able to get into this fight. Reinforcements from across the map as well as he's dealt with the Oracle, and the few probes already start pulling in from Jumi as he recognizes the position is not so hot for him right here. Art, what can we do? There's a battery building in the front. Would be lovely to get rid of it as the Stalker count is beginning to even out a little, perhaps. I think Art's reinforcements are just going to be a little ways away, and that's the issue, is that right now it looks very good for Jumi numbers-wise, but those 4 fresh Stalkers are huge, and so many of Jumi's Stalkers are in the red health bars. They are on fire and crying for help, but the batteries are out of energy, and that means that they're not going to get much help at all, and that means that's where Art can absolutely once again swing the numbers into his favor, and you can see the Stalkers going down here. The flings back from Art are great. There's an energy overcharge, though, that allows these Stalkers to do a little bit more from Art. We try and target fire, but he is not able to get that Stalker. 4 new ones, fresh and healthy, come into the fray. Is that enough for Art to overwhelm here? He's done some damage, but he's still down on workers. A Zealot shows up from Jumi as well, and with +1 finished, I think Jumi has made the defense, as Art is going to go running to his reinforcement pylon to try and get some help and punish his opponent for walking forward. Zealots are just such a big issue. He blinks into the Zealots as well. It's only 3 Zealots, but we saw in the last game already just how annoying they are. It takes so long to chunk through Zealots. That means your Stalkers are just taking hits from other Stalkers so repeatedly, and you're wasting so many shots on those Zealots in comparison, but you can't just let them run free, right? I really felt like that was an opportunity for Art. He was so close. There was a moment where Jumi was like super low HP on the Stalkers. There's barely any left. But he is just able to pull out the defense, and again, I think we're seeing just where the skill difference is a little bit between these two. Jumi is, you know, my favorite coming in, and he's kind of shown it in the gameplay a little bit, where he's just finding the clutch defenses, he's finding the better opportunities, and he's just getting into better positions overall in the game as well. But you can see why I gave Art a chance, right? Because I think this was very, you know, Art also knew what he wanted to do here, and he was very close to getting it. And so that's where my kind of 65-35 prediction came from. It's going to be, you know, 2-0, it seems like, from Jumi at this point, unless things, you know, start going a different direction. But you can kind of see where Art's competitive. Like I say, that's why this format's going to be great. Seeing Art play against some of the other 0-1 players is going to be fascinating to see some of his games as he plays against others who have, you know, not had quite the great first round. And I think that's the great thing, too, is that a lot of the matches we're seeing in the European League, the first round has really given us, like, even the guys who've gone out 0-2 have definitely had a little bit of fight in them. And so when they start matching up against the other guys that have had some fight in round 1, but it wasn't enough because their opponent was just a little bit too good right now, you know, you match those guys up against each other and this gets real interesting, right? It gets real exciting. So yeah, I'm just genuinely excited for the format. It's so wild. I've actually been really boring with my formats for the last year and a bit, so doing something fresh, like, it has me giddy. The inner tournament organizer inside of me is like, oh my god, this is so exciting, it's so different to usual. It's so dumb. It's just like, it's just a different way of seeing players play against each other, but it gets a little spark inside me excited as we're going to see Jumi attempting to close out his advantage right here. +2 to +1. He has a sizable army in comparison. And it is obviously stacked defense. It is obviously going to be a couple of defensive Archons as well, so attacking in is not an easy decision to make. He is absolutely 100% ahead. He's going to take a 5th base as well, so he's going to keep on expanding that lead. He gets the next upgrade started, so he's going to keep expanding that lead too. But he's also very, you know, calm and collected and saying, I do not need to push in at this exact moment. Like, he knows he can expand on the lead and just wait for a better chance to actually take the fight. I mean, even if he just kills off both of these rocks and then comes in from 2 angles, I think that might be good enough to guarantee it for him. But yeah, I appreciate not just going in from one angle onto that 4th base. I think that's one of the ways you can lose a game if you just slightly misjudge the situation. You know, from our point of view, it's probably pretty obvious it would have been fine. From Jumi's point of view, you know, he's playing with a little bit less perfect info. I think it's fine to make the call where it's just like, okay, I think I'm in a good spot. I've got the map control. Let's just get further ahead, open a better attacking possibility for myself. and then go from there. Like, attacking up this ramp is a much larger area to attack into. A few units on the left side as well gives you that option. I mean, right now, just the fact that it's a threat to go up the ramp in the center opens the left-hand side, because now Art was out of position, right? So Jumi tests that, but static defense is definitely scaring him off a little bit. I mean, Jumi is now maxed. This is genuinely where you do want to go, because if you wait much longer, you're going to give Art the chance to completely catch back up, but he is going to respect that static defense and step away. Again, 4 defensive Archons are scary for those Zealots, and it is very Zealot heavy, but we're going to see if we can get a jump here. The Zealots respond pretty nicely, honestly, from Art, and he is going to get himself to max out as well. And so Jumi has not been able to capitalize so far. Now Art stepping through, he's going to blink for the Prism. It's a great move, but he is not going to stop the Zealot warping, unfortunately. That said, it means no more warp-ins from this point on, and the +2 is huge for Jumi. I was going to say the Archons looked like they were doing a great job, but there were so many Zealots off on that right-hand side from Jumi, and he's still tripling the army supply right now, as he has indeed won this fight. I don't hate Art committing to the fight right there. I mean, honestly, like, +2 finishes for him now, but realistically, Jumi was moments away from +3 after it, so yeah, I do not really mind that fight at all. You know, I think it was a good opportunity for him to jump on it, like, you get rid of the Prism. Yeah, I think it was a fine decision to go in that moment, as Jumi just takes a Dark Shrine, double Robo Facility. He's ahead enough to actually start adding some real tech into play at the moment, so he's going to try and do exactly that. Archon's going to fight, Stalker's taking damage. Archon's going to pressure on through. He's going to fight on in, just going to be seeing. I mean, at this point, Jumi should have enough. +3 finish as well. Jumi going to get to the 1-0 club at the end of his round 1 matchup. Like I say, promising from Art. I think he was a little bit outmatched here. I think he can absolutely step up against some of the other guys at 0-1. So it'll be exciting to see him in round 2. No doubt. GG's. Genuinely a fun PvP despite the 2-0 scoreline. Yeah. Not a bad round 1 matchup at all. Alright, guys. Up next is Shameless versus Yakov. We can get that up and running and ready to roll out, so we'll get that started. They'll have to veto and stuff, so it'll be a couple of minutes, guys, but this gives me a chance to go and grab a drink, I think, because my voice is... We've actually had some really exciting games so far, so my voice definitely needs a little bit of hydration. So I'm going to go and grab myself a quick glass of water. We'll come back when we return. Obviously, more StarCraft 2. Shameless and Yakov going to play some ZVP against each other. We'll be back for that in just a couple of moments. Break screen, more StarCraft afterwards. Thanks so much for joining us. The WardiTV European lead, part of the WardiTV 2025 series. Good to be here with you guys. Like I said, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Yesterday was really the day of matchups, I think, where there was a lot of favorites and underdogs, you know? Today I feel like there's a lot of matchups between players where it's like, these guys could have really cool runs, but I actually don't like picking a favorite between these two players is tough, you know? Like we have, you know, Shameless and Yakov about to play. That's such a cool series, because it's not one you cast every day. These are not players that make it super far in all the open events, but you know that they're good. We see them in OSC events, for example, a lot of the time. Like, we know these guys are good StarCraft players. We know, honestly, to me, like, their results would say that they're at similar level. All time, Yakov, 32-14 against Shameless. But most recently, they played at the end of June. Yakov only won 3-2, and Shameless won the 4 times previous to that this year. So that's kind of it. Like, over the last 2 months, it's 4-1 for Shameless. You know, you go back a little further, Yakov won the 2 before that, but Shameless has really started to win sometimes against Yakov more recently. Like, a lot of the one-sidedness is going back 2 years where Shameless was losing to Yakov repeatedly. But this is a much more competitive matchup nowadays. So, let's get into it. And these are the exact kind of plays I was super excited to see when we set up European League. Like, yes, you know, it's a big tournament. We want to see the top dogs play as well. But the whole point of the format is players like Yakov and Shameless, for them not to play against like a Max Pax in their group, and then they maybe have to try and fight for second place against someone like Mana, who's also quite a heavy favorite to make it out top 2, right? And that's it. They play like 2 best of 3s and they're done. It's getting to see these guys play multiple series. It's getting to see them play against each other, and their matches against each other being super meaningful as well. You know? Super cool. I like it a lot. This is the kind of matchup I was excited to see for this tournament. Like I say, it's not just about the top dogs. That's why we've got 24 players. In the top right side, our red Zerg is Yakov, opening up this best of 3 up against Shameless, the blue Protoss, in the bottom left-hand corner. Game 1 of this series getting underway. Hope everyone's doing well today. How are we doing in the chat? Let me know what's up. Let me know how we're feeling. Would love to hear from you guys. If you're out there, say hello. Let me know how your weekend's going. It's only Friday today, right? Yes. It's only Friday today. So let me know if you got anything planned for the weekend. Nah, don't bother. I know what you've got planned for the weekend. Watching European League tomorrow and Sunday. Yeah, I know you guys have got plans with me. Don't worry. It was a trick question. Trick question. Just trying to catch out the non-fans, you know. People who are like, yeah, I've got family plans. You know, ban them from the stream instantly. The only real plans this weekend is watching the European League, clearly. Okay, if you've got a good excuse, you can catch up on the YouTube VODs. That's the benefit of us live streaming everything on YouTube nowadays. Is that young Yakov's older brother? No, young Yakov has just aged. Turns out he's been young Yakov for a few years, and now he's no longer young. He's just Yakov. The real question is, how often does he update it? Like, does he become like... At some point, does he become like... slightly old Yakov? Or does he just wait a good few years to become old Yakov, you know? When does that happen? I don't know. Wardy, I hear more your voice rather than my family. Well, yeah, you know, that's fine as well. You know, if you guys just want to listen to me instead of the family, that's all good. Just you know, don't send don't send the parents after me if they get mad at you. But listen to StarCraft instead. Don't say it's my fault, you know, that's all I'm saying. Old Yakov into mummified Yakov. Mature Yakov, boom Yakov, retired Yakov. There's really just phases of life, you know, like... Anyways, well, Gate on the way, Oracle on the way, no surprises early from Shameless. I'm excited to see how they both play this matchup out as well. Obviously, like I said, so in the last 2 months, they've got like 6-7 official series against each other. So they're both going to be pretty familiar with each other's play. Most recently, Shameless taking 2 maps off Yakov in a Yakov victory, and then he won a bunch of times before that. So that's definitely one of those scenarios where, you know, we basically have... Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where Yakov is... Kind of like I say, I mean, I feel like he should have a good idea of what Shameless likes to do, and as the Zerg, that's very important. Like, having an idea of the breadth of builds the Protoss can come out with gives you so much preparation time in your mind, right? and just kind of knowing what you might have to play against is such a big benefit, I would say. So we'll see. I'm going to go to Twilight Council right now. That's just after 2 Oracles, so really the potential for this to be anything still. Like, it could be Blink with no Forge and aggressive Stalkers. It could be, you know, Glaive still at this point and just play some Star Glaives. So the options are open. We actually lose a couple of probes back on the other side. The Ling's getting active again as the Oracles are going to try and dive through, though, and they want some damage right now. Drones for the grabbing. Going to get 2. Main base is going to be a little exposed because all the queens are on the low ground, so this right side of it is going to be Opportunity Central. And yeah, we only get 1. The spore was pretty well placed, and the drones pulled toward it. A couple of shots from the queens earlier got that Oracle low. It didn't want to dive in to take even more damage, and it will be Blink, by the way, from Shameless. If I had to guess coming into this what he would do, I would say quite a lot of Blink stuff. Not because Blink's just common, but to me that's Shameless when I have seen him. Now, I wasn't confident enough to say that without seeing him go Blink the first game already, because I don't watch this guy all of the time. Like I say, I usually catch him every now and then in the early round of a Wardy Cup, you know, every now and then in an OSC tournament, but this is not someone I cast like day in and day out like some of the other players. So I wasn't, honestly, it's probably been over a month or 2 since I've casted Shameless. I didn't know if he was still into like the Blink stuff. But the last time I saw him, I feel like a lot of Blink Stalkers was kind of my vibe. Not sure how comfortable he is going into the later stages of a PvZ. That's also something that's going to be fun for me to figure out in this game as it develops through. And if we get to that stage, we'll see if he wants to build into it, or if he's more desperate to try and end the game instead. We shall see. There's the Lair, Roach, Ling coming through for the moment. Just going to be getting the couple of Oracles still perusing about. Oracles gather, and obviously just our first Stalkers about to have Blink. I mean, no push out to try and deny the 4th base just yet. Okay, well, we're on the way across the map now. But sometimes you get there like a little bit before Blink and you poke around a little. This is kind of as Blink is finishing, we're going to show up. We're actually going after a couple of Overlords already. We're just going to put Yakov on a supply block early, so a little problematic for Yakov already. Stalker's going to hit after this hatchery. Roach and Lings coming down. They're going to start a chase. Stalker's Blink back. Stasis is pretty good on most of the Lings. Leaves mostly just the Roaches to fight Stalkers, which is not ideal because the Stalkers obviously love hitting those Roaches. New Stasis comes up, giving you that chance to back up into something as well. There's the Temple Archives. We are seeing Shameless teching away from the Stalkers, but yeah, Yakov getting supply locked at a bad moment, and that first Stasis ward helping a lot against the Lings. Gives Shameless the chance to dive on that 4th, and Yakov will just go for the cancel and rebuild. So the 4th is already delayed a little bit. Pretty big deal here in the early stages. Couple more, well, the house come down, but obviously the Stasis comes in again, once again, just the Lings being caught. Shameless is not going to keep the pressure up too much. He'll kill a couple of Lings coming out of the earlier Stasis. Starts up Storm, starts up Charge, and looks toward the future. Exactly what Yakov is doing too, hiding in an Infestation Pit. I imagine Yakov wants to get toward Lurkers. I think Lurker Corruptor is a very popular comp, and I think it is when I've seen Yakov play some CVP. The majority of the time, something he's happy to go into. Yakov is such a cool player, by the way, when you look at the trajectory of his kind of career, you know? Because, like, Yakov used to be quite a cheesy player, but he's definitely stepped away from that cheesiness to try and play a more macro-oriented style. Like, it's much rarer nowadays that Yakov is just going to throw the kitchen sink at you of build orders and just try and find something that hits. He's going to try and play much more stable and standard styles, and that's seen a lot of success for him, you know? I would say he quite often challenges players like Harstem and so on. So, yeah, I think it's cool to see this, because like I say, a few years back, Yakov was absolutely this kind of, oh, he's going to mass Roaches, or he's got something cheeky planned. He really has developed out of that in a big way, so it's been very cool to kind of follow and see. It's had a very similar kind of vibe to Wayne, you know, to Vanya and so on. Like, Vanya was always this aggressive Roach-based Zerg player, and he really stepped away to try and play some longer games as well, and it did a lot for his development as a player. It made him such a scary opponent when you have to be prepared for the early game, but also accepting that he's going to be scary enough late game that you can't just cut, or, you know, you can't just play the safest build ever, you know? It's very cool. Yo, Focus Pendulum. Sorry, my voice keeps dying today, apparently. Thank you so much for the 30-month resub. Appreciated. Thank you so much for supporting, as always. It's always great to see your name pop up in the chat. Hope you're doing great, mate. Thank you so much for the sub. Seismic Spines, Groove Spines, all the spines are in the production tab right now. We can call +2 missiles, the +2 spine attacks as well at this point, basically. As, even the spine crawlers, oh my god, it's the spine-based army from Yakov. It's the spine attack. The spine build, is that what we're going to call it now? I'm surprised no one's come up with it before. Probably because it's not that good. Alright, well, we do have the High Templars obviously with energy, so they're going to have storms, and that's why it's going to be very important to have the Lurkers, something that can be a little bit sturdier in this army as well, so let's see where this goes. A couple Tempests actually starting up on the side of Shameless, so we're going to already start looking toward the future tech-wise. Love that. No hesitation at all about kind of teching up into a later stage of the game here with the Tempest. That is really cool to see, right? Because there's 100% a situation where, you know, some Protoss players would rather just try and storm everything and just, you know, adding Tempest and the slower moving army and gets scary. Can you control that? Are you comfortable with that? When they get to a maxed out stage, there's a lot of bases, there's a lot of different places to be. Yeah, Shameless goes into it with open arms. He's not going to try and force anything here. Straight to the Tempest, adds on the Mothership as well. He's super happy to play the later game unit composition. I think that's a good thing because Yakov, I think, is going to be very scary with these Lurkers, and realistically it's going to be tough to hold off without something like the Tempest that can put more consistent and repetitive kind of pressures onto the Lurker army, forcing them to back it up, forcing them to move out of position when they get set up as well, and so on and so forth. Thank you as well, by the way. Percival. Oh, I'm not going to have a clue how to say your name. Well, hold that thought, because Storm's coming down, Lurk's position. I'm going to say Perts. Nigel. Oh my god, I just got it. It was a murder, but thank you so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I don't even know where to begin. Perzenigil? I have no idea. Thank you so much for the sub. I'm sorry, I have no idea how to say your name. As the Blink Stalkers get away from a couple of bars, the Lurkers are here. It's always scary when the Lurkers get in position, but this is a time where it's maybe okay for it to happen as Shameless, because you've got the Tempest, right? You've got the ability to, with those Tempests, kind of fire away right away. Without showing up on that right side, a couple Lurkers getting chased back right off the bat. Stalker's going to blink in. Lurker's still being chased away right now. Just going to see those Fusils coming through as well. They continue to hunt up to the top side of the map for the moment, as the Hydra's going to be there, and the Fusils will take hits back the other direction. Excuse me, guys. Something in my throat is just catching a little bit, so if I suddenly have to, I think I've just out-talked myself in the first hour of the stream today. Who put Scarlett Percival as the banger of the day first, you know? Apologies, my voice is just like, what's going on? So the Hydra's going to make a little bit of a dive through toward the Mothership. Just going to see our Stalkers. Tempest continue to fight. Couple more Storms coming down. Mortals gather up. The Lings and the Hydras making their way down that right-hand side as well. One more Storm. The few Lings getting caught. The Mothership pops the Time Warp up. Extra Lings are going to get stormed once again. Seeing that +3 missile upgrade coming online. The +1 melee upgrade comes up as well. Extra upgrade on the flyer attack, so that flyer attack coming through as well. 9 more Lurkers building, 5 additional drones. Tempest already firing, the Lurkers taking some shots. Stalkers blink forward, Lurkers taking a whole bunch of damage. We'll get those cleaned out already as Shameless sits maxed out. Nice, now they're coming through. Seeing how Hydra's taking a couple of opportunities there, a couple of Zealots going down. We spread across right now. 6 Corruptors on the way up, so we'll continue to work on that anti-air from Yakov. It's necessary against this amount of Tempest and the Mothership, of course. These guys are really accelerated to the latest stages of games. This is 13 minutes deep, and they are full throttle, just late game against each other. Like the amount of, we cancelled the 4th phase early with the Stalkers, and that was really it. Otherwise, it was full steam ahead to the later stages. Now we've got Niduses up from ability for the Zerg player. We've got Corruptors already coming through. The Oracles, we keep one alive. Obviously, I'm happy for that from Shameless' point of view, but from Yakov, that felt like a moment to just kill both and to punish the Protoss for a little bit of lack of attention being paid to those units, which are so critical as well. Oracles are so good for providing you with information, letting you know what's going on. Losing one, a little bit of a shame. Losing 2 would have been really nice. Or you see Shameless rebuilds the second one, though, the first one that he lost. So yeah, it would have been nice to get both and force him to rebuild both as well, right? Red Aspire coming up also. We get that underway. The Nidus, the extra Spine Crawls continue to build up right now. Tempest's going to go to work. A couple lurkers already being shot away at. A couple storms coming down. Corruptor's getting blasted about. Storms is coming down. The Stalker's going to get pushed back as well. What are they going to do? The pushing back. It's kind of close. A couple of lurkers I thought were going to have some potential. The Overseer and the detection was there. It's pretty crazy. Hydra Link continues to come up. Just going to be seeing the lurkers getting burrowed up once again. It's just going to get settled there. For a few moments. 2 melee upgrades and carapace upgrades coming through from Yakov. I mean, he has +3 missiles, which is the majority of this army right now, but obviously nice to see, especially as you go later, you're going to see Ling run-bys become more of a factor. So good to see him getting ready with that possibility as well, making sure those upgrades are in place for those units that you will eventually have a much higher use for deeper in the game. Lings are typically your mineral jumpers as Zerg, and it's not for the fights, it's for the run-bys, and if they can just shred a Nexus in a few moments, they're going to be that much deadly. Or even just when it comes to, against static defense, being able to shred that is absolutely huge as well. Step across to the side, a couple more Crypt Teamers going down. 3 workers falling. We are going to see now this hatchery in a bit of trouble. Hatchery will go down. The Corruptors continue to step over. We see the Knights going down, the Lurkers still stepping up. Just going to be seeing the couple of Lurkers firing away. The Templar's taking a bit more damage, continue to come back through. We see now Lurkers firing up once in a while. A few Tempests just going to pull back. We are going to be seeing the +3 air weapons, +2 shields coming up. Shameless has not been afraid of keeping those upgrades going. Hating Corruptor, 60 Lings continue to come about, so we just continue to get fully set up into this right now. It's going to be seeing the hatchery going down. It's a nice fungal grove coming up over on the sides. Spores, Viper coming up. Lurkers just going to be keeping on firing. A few more probes going down, so a little bit more damage being done. Just going to be seeing those probes still dropping down. So it's going to continue to warp in. Just going to be seeing the Tempest going after the Overseer. Yeah, it's nice to get rid of these Nidus networks, right? So it's going to knock those down as well. Army of Shameless stepping up into the center. Hatchery goes down, is going to be seeing everything gathering. Still, this army of Shameless is scary, man. Yakov just doesn't have the money to keep rebuilding like he needs to against this force. Shameless is really just, I mean, look at the resources lost. Look how well Shameless has fought throughout. Every fight has been about the Protoss, right? And it really has been a Protoss army that has genuinely been just well designed. Like, he's been able to step through. Yakov had one Lurker Siege that wasn't even scary because of how quick the Tempests were available. I mean, moments like this, like these Nidus, just feel like the only real opportunity for Yakov. He has to get around the map. He has to try and split that Protoss army up. Try and make something happen. +3 attack, +2 flyer carapace continue to come through right now. The Vipers and the Hydras coming in. It's going to be seeing the Stalkers going to shoot. The Lurkers take some damage. There's a High Templar there, which just about lives as well. A couple storms dropping down. The Nexus, low HP, just about living through. A Nidus on the top side goes down as well. Just going to be able to knock that out, as you do have Broodlords and Corruptors still building. +3 flyer attacks, +2 flyer carapace, very much so on the way in as well currently. I mean, this is Yakov still maxed out, Shameless still maxed out. Shameless is genuinely just... I mean, the Broods are coming up, but I don't look at this army and think the Broods are going to change much. I think fair enough at this point is like it just comes down to spellcasting. And there is spellcasting options here for the Zerg that can give you fights, but it's 3 Infestors and 3 Vipers. There's not a ton of those units, and they're going to be super impactful in terms of how these fights go. Obviously, these two are currently splitting the map left to right as well, so there is a factor here as well where from Yakov is at some point he's got to find a base over his opponent, because there's no way he can be 20,000 resources lost down, and they both mine the same amount of bases. So pretty much from here on out, I think you have to basically stop Shameless from taking another base. And ideally mine, I mean, realistically, the forward base as well is already taken by Shameless too, so that's awkward. You know, this is rough. This base over here is kind of wild as well. Like, you should never let these rocks be up. Like, it takes a few moments to get rid of them as a Zerg. Like, that should be a priority. The fact he's mining blue minerals that you could deny with, like, 10 seconds of attacking some rocks, when you're behind in resources lost like Yakov is, that's a big issue, because you're letting him have resources that probably won't exist on your side of the map, because Shameless will be very quick to knock these rocks down if Yakov ever tries to mine from this location, right? So, yeah, that's definitely an issue that's going to become a larger factor, I guess, as the deeper we go into this. Oh, look, it's just knocked down the probes. That's fine for now, but like I said, the rocks would be really nice to get rid of. The Infestors are here, though! Run, Infestors, run! We need you alive! We need the spell casting! They're going to get to creep, and I think that means they're getting away. That is so important. They really need to stay alive right here. So necessary. Absolutely needed. A couple of lurker shots now onto that cannon. We are going to be seeing a couple of lurkers still going big. Look, is going to play. I mean, still over here, still keeping that presence. The Corruptors are going to show up too. Caustic Spray is a possibility, right? But there's also just the entire army to think on. Parasite bombing the mothership, soften it up a little bit. The Corruptors kind of want to make a dive. They want that mothership, man. They're going to go for it. Mothership will fall. The cloaking fades away as it disappears. It's a nice fungal or two. Like I say, Spellcaster is going to be Yakov's best friend, and that's the kind of fight that's going to help him out a lot. Tempest do not just get to freely hit those Broodlords, they get to really get involved, and now the Air Army is going to be chased by the Corruptors, but the Storms, for now at least, are good enough to chase us away. But we are losing the High Templar. Storms are going to be gone soon. Okay, now we're getting rid of some of the Broodlords as well, though. The Tempest getting some good shots back, but this was the first fight I feel like in a while that it felt like Yakov really won in. Still about 20,000 resources lost difference. But honestly, that staying at 20k is a win for Yakov as well, rather than it getting further apart. So, I mean, Zerg army at this stage, I would say, typically is meant to trade worse than the Protoss army, so that's not a bad thing. It's just, you still have to make up for lost time in terms of how those trades went earlier. Because it was so bad for you early on. Shots coming through, the Lings are going to step down. Recall the Tempest over this side. Overseer's just AFK here. Not fun units to have to rebuild. I mean, you're not high on gas, and Overseers are kind of expensive. But here are the Corruptors. There's no anti-air to help out the Tempest. There's no Storms and no Argons. They're all out of position. What a horrible recall it turns out to be as Yakov slams into the Air Army. And now the Broodlords are going to go heavily uncontested. Finally, some Storms showing up, but every single Tempest has gone down. 4 Tempests in the rebuild. But Yakov is going to pressure now with these Broodlords. What a horrible moment for Shameless, who's had such a good game, but Yakov has had resilience to stand on in here, and that was the perfect opportunity, diving on those Tempests. Mistake from Shameless, and it's immediately heavily punished by the Zerg. That's what you love to see, as we are going to see the Brood's just going to turn around and chase the army that's threatening the counterattack as well, by the way, which is also not a bad idea. This is actually not a super quick Protoss army. Like, this is a genuine army that you can kind of chase with the Broodlords, especially when Infestors start to chase you down and get a fungal off. The High Templar feedbacks trying to chase that away. The Broodlings begin to catch. One High Templar, one Immortal already dead. Professor's trying to be saved here as they burrow up. We are going to get a recall off, but we get one more High Templar caught, at least by the Broodlords already. Very nice. Ling Hydra, Neural Parasite coming up. Still going to be seen on Mothership, the Immortals, and the Archon gathering as well. Back on the bottom side. Remember, the Tempests are rebuilding. They're now going to have the Neural Parasite on the way. I think we did some big things here as Yakov. We denied some base we really needed to deny. I still think he's in trouble, man. Like, Shameless is still outmining him. Like, this is not a good long-term situation, as now we're going to see these Broodlords under fire. Yakov does not have a lot of gas. His base count is really an issue, and if we actually start going heavy Stalkers, the Corruptors are kind of dead weight here unless he can get more Broods, but with the gas that Yakov has, I don't think he really can afford it. So I think Stalkers are just going to start being an unanswerable factor. They get rid of a bunch of Broods already. You're happy to trade those out. Harrier's on the way up, Immortal coming through. Corruptors, Viper, out down to the bottom. Just going to be seeing another catch on the Tempest. I mean, at this point, I'd stop building the Tempest. You're just giving the Corruptors something to actually do. You're making them worthwhile supply again. Like in a way, like obviously they're good, but like at this point, I actually think just more ground army is better. As we are going to be seeing these Zealots charging through. Only one Lurker here. It's actually holding up quite well. Does some splash. The Hydra count is decent as well. As Yakov makes a break for the top left, it looks like in the end, Shameless being able to get rid of the Brutes. And honestly, I think just the fact he's outmined Yakov so heavily has been a huge factor. The early game was great for Shameless. The trades throughout have been great for him. And the outmining of his opponent has been absolutely huge and critical. And I think this is going to mean that we're going to be probably finding a GG in Shameless's favor. The old Parasites are down, the Corruptors are doing some work, but it's not about the air army anymore. It's going to be the ground reinforcements. A ton of Stalkers warp in. The Corruptors and the Broodlords go down. GG is called, and Shameless takes the opening game of this best of 3. I love it. I love it. This tournament format is already a top tier one. I love it. It's round 1. I've already decided it's brilliant. We're getting some great games. Yeah, I love it. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm going to have to run ads, guys, because this was a long game after a long game previously as well. I'll sneak those in before they come in between the game, or over the games instead. I'll take a moment to dive into game number 2, Maganatha, for our second map here. Kind of a big map as well. Potential for another longer game between these two. Hopefully if it goes longer though, Shameless does not get as much free will in the early stages. Like, it really felt like Yakov did nothing to stop the Protoss army becoming what it needed to be. And so immediately you're just trading super well as the Protoss from the very beginning, and the Zerg really struggles to kind of stop that and slow that down at all. So let's see what a game 2 has in store. I'll take a moment or so, just waiting for players to join the lobby, and we'll be ready to go. It looks like Yakov's maybe in the replay for a moment as well. No worries there. We've got to run the ads anyway, right? So we've got a moment or two to wait. So that's no problem at all. Yeah, I've just readied up, guys. Give us a moment. Okay, cool. Alright, let's get down into it. We've got a minute left in ads, so it's going to work out perfectly. And let's dive into this next game. We're getting some bangers today, no? Yesterday, we were like basically on the way to being finished with the day by now. Today, we're still about halfway through when we finish this series, so today's games have been good. Round 1 is heating up a little bit. I am honestly so excited for the end of today when we get to find out what, like, round 2 looks like. I'm so excited to see what the next round of matches are going to be. Like, just the potential for it to be, like, anyone versus anyone with the same scoreline. Like, there's so much up in the air. I know. I keep nerding out about this format. I genuinely think it's great. I'm having a great time with it. I wanted to run something like this for a long time, but decided just to pull the trigger finally. It's been great so far, and it's only day 2. All right, let's get into the second game of this third series of the day in the WardiTV European League. Can you fight back? In the top left, our red Zerg is Yakov, taking on the blue Protoss. In the bottom right corner of Maganatha, we have Shameless. Well, back to the early game. We'll see what the plan will be here. See what comes about to get settled in. Hatch coming down, gas in the pool coming up, gateway and the probe on the way out. More drones coming through. The Nexus continues to build. We just see the Cybercore building as well. Gonna get the, again, a few moments of getting established. Take a little bit of time. Get ready to rumble. Did I watch Rain or Kira earlier today? No. I did not. Was it good? Or was it just an upset? I saw the result. I just didn't see the games. There's a couple lings, by the way, gonna go after the probe. Let's see our Stargate coming through the Nexus building. Ends up going to threaten the shade. Ling is not doing too much. Nothing really super crazy going on for the moment as we just settle down. Yeah, and the Ling speed is on its way as well, so we just have a super simple early game, nothing super crazy happening. If Yakov turns away from the more macro-focused game based on what we just saw and maybe does go for, like, you know, there's so many timing circuits to hit, right? Like, there's a lot of queen-based timings. You know, there's a lot of aggression you can put across the map, especially against a Protoss who was fairly greedy last game. Although, to be fair, like, he was greedy, but maybe he was greedy at the point where it was, like, after, like, a lot of the Zerg timings would hit, like, he greedily went to Tempest, I suppose you could say. Be interesting to see. Drones coming up, Hatch coming through, Queen on the way. It's going to see the Gateway and the Oracle building up as well. Warp Gate still coming up to finish. Got the Nexus coming down over the next couple of moments. We just see the couple Queens going through the Zerglings building. And that Overlord checks into the main base to see a little bit more of what takes place here. Oracle pops out, heads onto the map. Heads out to the upper left-hand side. I believe there's adepts in the main base. Are we going to go look at those? I'll click it myself. There we go. 2 drones, 3 lings, and 2 adepts going down so far. My trust in TKL on the observing. But he let me down. He's probably talking to his own stream chat. Unbelievable. Alright, a couple of adepts is going to warp in here. We got assimilators coming up. The lings are still coming through. Rally upgrade coming over. Got the Queen on the way about as well. We'll just have ourselves the Oracle about to pop. Still got the gates coming up. Forge and the Twilight coming by. Nexus about to finish as the probes continue to come about. The Queen's going to be there and the Oracles will take some shots. And that's going to be having again the Twilight Forge, Adept and Stalker continuing to build. Extra drones coming online right now as we speak as well. So extra drones coming up. Lings on the way. One queen, 2 queens, 3 queens. Going to go smashing through some of the oracles there. Taking quite a bit of damage. You get the gates continue to come up also. Probes, blink, and +1 in production. So we get a lot of those upgrades coming online already. Triple oracle this time. I think last time we only went 2 oracles, right? So I think that's a little different, although Shameless loses 1 already. So we're going to dive in with the oracles and those adepts together. Gets rid of a lot of the lings. The 2 adepts will make a dive for the mineral line. Going to take a lot to get rid of the 2 adepts from full HP right now. So they're going to cancel the shade. What a great queen block, though. It's going to stop those adepts, at least for a few moments. Like they have to just go the long way around, but it buys you a couple of seconds. The unfortunate thing is it's not enough, and we're still losing drones. The early game is going horribly here for Yakov. Fleet Beacon already on the way down almost feels insulting, honestly. Like this Fleet Beacon should never in the world have a chance to do. Honestly, I think as Yakov right now, if you like, I guess he's got no upgrades for them, but like honestly, like just a Lingbane Hydra, like all in, like just shove it with like 70 workers against someone going Fleet Beacon this early, feels like it should kill them. But I guess we will see what ends up happening. A couple oracles pulling back toward the stalkers. The lings there. Turn the other way. Instant mothership? I'm thinking so. Like, it doesn't make sense to start investing into Tempest already. So I would imagine we're just going to build a fast mothership and use that to kind of accompany this army. Which I guess isn't the worst thing. It's not like you're going to mass Tempest against the Lingbane Hydra force, so maybe this is actually okay. It just feels like you shouldn't be able to do it, but yeah, I guess a few people have actually experimented with the early mothership in recent times. Hasn't really stuck for many people, though, as the stasis is going to be good onto those lings. So the attempted pullback on those lings a little moment too late there, unfortunately. As the Forge and Charge get their upgrades all coming about. Stalker's going to find a queen. Honestly, early game for the Shameless again, this feels very good. Resource loss is kind of even. I do feel like he's been a right pain in the butt for Yakov, who's just not being allowed to settle down or stabilize in his early game at all so far. Like, he's constantly on the defense. He's constantly having to patch together a defense against what his opponent is doing. He's constantly being ran into problems so far. As the Muscle Augments will finish up, we'll still see the Mothership coming through, +2 attack, and the Charge coming online. Robo Facility, Temple Archives, and the Nexus building as well. Continue to bring that in as the Zerglings come over to the left. And we just have the, Banelin Speed going to finish very shortly, +1 missiles, and that Groove Spine coming up as well. Infestation Pit is almost halfway done. And yeah, we've got plenty more Lingbane continue to come through. The +2 attack and the Charge coming over. The Hydras, the Banes, and the Lings set up down to that bottom right-hand side. Going to have ourselves an aim toward this Nexus. That's probably a cancel, so some success there. The Mothership is seen by these Zerglings. Bane Speed about to be done. Yakov is getting an Infestation Pit for the future. So that Bane Speed you see finishing up. The Banelings start to roll. I mean, Shameless is pushing. He's supply blocked, though, so no problem for our Pros player here, whose natural is going to be under attack, and we're going to enter something. I don't really want to call it a base trade. I don't think there's enough units here to call it a base trade from the Zerg, really. Like, there's some Hydras attacking. He should have units at home, no? And the Stalkers right now having their way with what is, just a bunch of Lings. That's not great, because the Mothership, honestly, will do pretty well against Lings as well. Oh my god. I think Yakov's dead, to be honest. This is a horrible scenario. Time Warp to stop the Lings doing much. That means that this hatchery is going to be immediately in some trouble. Shameless putting on the pressure. The Mothership early in this game, and he is just dominant in this series. I didn't know what to expect coming into this, but I actually feel like Shameless has been very confident early in the games and putting himself in great positions. Obviously right now this is not over, but it's definitely looking good as he's going to get supply blocked again. He's not been without his own issues. You know, Yakov has been across the map and putting some pressure on, but he's down like 25 army supply at the moment. This is not going anywhere pretty at all for Yakov right now. Hydras and Lings trying to dive up this ramp into the main base. Mothership does go down, but it comes at the cost of all of your units having focused the Mothership. Stalkers blinking back. I mean, the Lings and the melee upgrades should do well against these Stalkers, but sometimes StarCraft 2 is a numbers game. Lings and Hydras come across. Stalkers will go down. Extra Lings coming about. Probes on the way up. $14 Lings just producing on through. The Stalkers still gather. And you see I mean, this position is just amazing, right? You're up 10 workers. You're up in army supply. Your opponent's main base is dead. Shameless is going to start building +3 and Storm, which is complete overkill for the situation. But it's also an absolutely solid and very comfortable way to ensure that you're getting into a good position toward the end of this game, right? At the end of it all, right? Like, this is going to end up good for you. Like, just straight up, this will be a positive experience. Gonna come in, finish this hatchery. Oh! Why not? I mean, like I say, you don't even really... I don't think we need +3 in Storm. I think we could just fight now with the Stalkers against Lings and Hydras and just micro our way to, if not victory, then an even larger advantage. Like, these Stalkers will just trade well against those units at the moment. Yakov's going to try and get a Lurker Den up, which you got to commend him for. He's got to do what he can do. To be fair, like Shameless, it wasn't without fault for him. Like, he did get attacked during this. He did not have a 4th base on the go. So it was a little committed in the end. Like, Yakov did, you know, do some damage as well to start the whole thing off. So it wasn't just complete plain sailing. Lurker Den finishes shortly. A little feedback on the Overseer. And Mothership and the +3 attack will continue to build up. X results coming about. The Observer coming through. The Lings and the Hydras and the Banes join up as well. We get 7 Lurkers already building in. Hive is about to finish. I mean, surely I want to say surely Shameless doesn't let him get Lurkers up, but like at the same time, does it matter if he builds like 7 Lurkers? Probably not. Like, does it matter if the Hive gets up? I mean, I think we attack before Lurker upgrades are done, which is the important thing. A new round of Templar, Mothership nearly done, +3 is well on the way. I'd be surprised if Shameless didn't attack before the Lurker upgrades are done. In which case, the Lurkers are just so much less useful than they could be. A bit of Lingbane gathers up. See our Nexus finishing here. That 4th base finally online then from Shameless. That's the one thing that I do think was delayed for him. He's going to start moving out. He's got some side defense on that 4th as well, so has a little bit of protection for it already set up into place. I think that's going to be important. Does not want to just let it go down and have to keep on fighting to take it back again and again, you know. That's one thing I think we do generally want to try and avoid if at all possible. We'll knock some rocks down. The Lurkers are there. I would imagine they're on hold position to try and get like some crazy good shots off. There's an Observer, right? So the Observer's going to see this, and yeah, the Lurkers, I mean, to be fair, they did fire and they scared the Stalkers into a blink back, but I think the reality is that we can honestly just fight this. Like, yeah, I mean, we even have a Prism in the main base. I mean, Shameless is just doing all the right things. I'm laughing because I'm like, it's hard to really make up a storyline where Yakov is going to do great here. Shameless is just doing all the right things to a point where it's like, it's unnecessary, but like, why wouldn't you just do the right things? It's easy enough at this point. You've got a huge lead. Why would you not send some Zealots in the main? Why would you not make it even more difficult for the Zerg? But yeah, I think this is just the Zerg dying, unfortunately, over these next few moments. Hatchery goes down. I really do think we have ourselves... I mean, Shameless is genuinely on the verge of just winning this, guys. I mean, he's respecting the Lurkers, honestly, maybe a bit too much. He's adding on Stargates and Tempests. It's completely unnecessary. It's unnecessary, but it's safe, you know? It's not going to lose him the game, so at the same time, why not? It just doesn't really give me much to cast, because at the end of the day, we can kind of see where this game is currently going. I'll check back in with you guys if it turns around, right? Like, if Yakov pulls off the miracle, but it would be ridiculous to come back in a game like this at this point. A couple crit tumors will go down and continue to step up. We have the High Templar still stepping forward as well. A couple of revelations. And he's genuinely terrified of pushing into the Lurkers with the ground army. I get it. To be fair, like, one of the ways you lose this game is if you underestimate the Lurkers and you step into them and you just let them do way too much. So I understand why Shameless is cautious about the way he's approaching this, right? I understand why he's, you know, doing this the way he is. A couple more Tempest shots firing up. The Queen going to take some damage. Lurker's going to try and step a bit further forward. Nice stasis. It's like half the Lurkers caught in a stasis right there. I mean, we've got like 3 Tempests already. At this point, we should be able to pretty consistently just chip away at those Lurkers as well. As the Hydras are going to lunge forward and look for some of the Lurkers, Tempest kills. Didn't even get the first one. Should get one now, though, surely. Surely? Wow, the storms miss. We're fighting over the lurkers that were there, of course, and trying to get them as they come out of stasis. We do lose one Tempest. I mean, Yakov is still bleeding here, and every hit he takes is... like, he's refusing to give up the confession, you know? He's just getting hit repeatedly. He's hanging on in there. He refuses to give up, but... it's going to come out of him eventually. He's going to admit the sacred letters of GG, because... it's too good of a Protoss army. I said I would not try and call games too early this year, but this one really is very difficult to call any other way. Shameless will get to that 1-0 scoreline. I mean, very good series. Yakov is going to be another contender down in the 0-1 matches as well. So that's also going to be absolutely fascinating to see how that turns out. Super interested to see who Shameless gets to play, because I think it's going to be difficult for him. Like, a lot of the players at 1-0 are very good. I think if he rolls some of the PvPs, he could have a pretty good shot, though. So that may become pretty darn interesting. All right, we are going to head into uThermal versus FanT. A little bit of Terran versus Zerg action, guys. Again, those were some long games overall, so I'll just run ads once more. I appreciate that we just ran ads. I'll just run them again because we're just at that point where we kind of need to. And we'll give it about 2 minutes, and we'll get into uThermal versus FanT best of 3. Excited to see uThermal. First time he's in a WardiTV tournament for probably a hot minute. Probably played something here or there, but let's look at the uThermal history. When did he last play a WardiTV tournament? He played a Monday Cup recently. Yeah, he played a Monday Cup a few times probably, but when was the last time he played a bigger WardiTV tournament? Let's have a little look here. Let's have a little peek into the uThermal match history on Oligulac. Find some stats for us. He played WardiTV Mondays. Yeah, he played the most recent WardiTV Mondays. I control F Wardy. WardiTV Mondays 4. Wow. That's crazy. He played in basically nothing between WardiTV Mondays 4 and 42. Played like 4 tournaments. WardiTV Summer Bash qualifier in 2024. July, about a year ago maybe, played a qualifier. Qualifier in the March Invitational. Okay, the last time uThermal played the main portion of a WardiTV event, of like a big WardiTV event, was the Team Liquid Map Contest 11. That was at the end December 2023, so it's been about a year and a half, which is pretty crazy. And then before that, he played in the November event, and before that, it was actually 2022 that he played in the 2022 series Spring Championship Spring Fling. So I mean, it's been a while. He played a lot of stuff before then, but like, uThermal in the WardiTV main events is kind of a little bit of a rarity. You know, dude's been doing his YouTube thing. Very popular YouTuber at this point. We'll see what happens as we get into uThermal versus FanT in the next couple of minutes. And we'll get this ready to go. I'll give it about 15-20 seconds. We'll start up this game. Again, thank you so much for watching and join us for the WardiTV European League Round 1 Day 2. Good to see you guys already. Appreciate you all being here. Fun to have you with us. In the second half of the day as well. So uThermal versus FanT, Nicoract versus Goblin, and Harstem and Gerald to wrap the day up as well. I think it's been pretty fun set of games, to be honest. So yeah, let's jump in, get the countdown moving, and we're going to have some TVZ here to start us off. So it is going to be a race pick from uThermal of Terran. I mean, he played well at Home Story Cup. uThermal obviously made round of 8. Got to be looking pretty good for that. He had some good results. He's playing quite well at the moment, so we will see what this looks like as we dive in to ley lines for the opening game here between these two. In the bottom left-hand side, our red Terran player to start us off. His in-game name will be Remarkable, but his real ID is going to be uThermal. In the bottom left corner of the map, our red Terran in this Terran versus Zerg matchup. As in the upper right corner, the yellow Zerg player will be FanT. It's just at Home Story Cup as well. He had a couple of good matches against Ryung where I felt like he proxy hatched Ryung a couple of times to get in some good positions, but just couldn't execute his way out of that build and into a victory. So just to see what he can do against uThermal, who is a pretty tricksy opponent as well, to be fair. So this should get pretty interesting as we get the first few moments set up. just going to take a moment to breathe because it's been a pretty hectic set of games so far. It really has been, like, just busy, busy, busy. Some really long games, some action-packed games. It's been a good day of SC2 so far. Like I say, what's crazy to me is that this tournament should just get better and better. Like, as the games go on, as the tournament progresses, the matches should just get a little bit more competitive. You know, the winners play against each other and everything. So, I am genuinely, I keep saying it, I'm so excited. In 3 series time, we'll have all of our results for today, and we'll be able to see what the matchups are for tomorrow and Sunday. I'll have to go offline and set the schedule out a little bit separately because I'll need like 15 minutes to just double check on everyone's availability. But yeah, just knowing what the matchups are, super excited to see what awaits us Saturday and Sunday in this tournament. We're going to be live a little bit earlier for the European League Saturday and Sunday just because I do like to stream through the daytimes. I didn't want to do 4 evening streams in a row, so Saturday and Sunday we'll be going live kind of more like 1 hour later than WardiTV usually goes live. So 2 p.m. CEST, that's 2 p.m. in the afternoon for Europe, 1 p.m. in the UK, that's like 8 a.m. East Coast, 5 a.m. West Coast. I'm sorry, Americans, but the YouTube VOD will be available for you guys if you don't want to wake up super early on the weekend. You can catch up on the VOD. Looking forward to hopefully seeing a bunch of people here tomorrow and Sunday for round 2 of the European League. And then we'll already be going into round 3 next week as well. So that's also really sick. So yeah, super exciting stuff as we have this SCV trying to be a little bit of a blockade to the hatchery. FanT is very determined to actually put this hatchery down here to the point where he's now 150, 170. Well, sorry, 200 minerals late because it's obviously 275 minerals instead of 300 for hatchery nowadays. So pretty significant delay by the SCV. It leaves on low HP, so it stays alive. And uThermal is just at home. He's having a good old time, man. A couple of Marines on this reactor first opening, so he is just going to really pump out into the factory now. He's going to have a bunch of Marines early. I love this setup in the early stages for uThermal. To me, this feels like a golden position to play from. 6 Marines already has some good value on the map, and now he's going to start going Hellions. These Lings are going to show up, and they're going to be like, oh, we're just trying to, get some info because there's no Reaper. There's nothing that forces us to stay at home. And he's going to see that these Marines are here. You're going to see the Lings darting past. Now, obviously, we've got Hellions on the way. They will deal with the Lings eventually, but there's 2 SCVs here, 1 very low HP. Going to be up for grabs. We're going to start trying to run him away. So far, I love that he pulled the hurt SCV away first. There's a real chance that it stays alive. The Marines are going across the map, by the way. Ling speed is not done just yet. More Lings are being made. uThermal already forcing more units to come out. He did save that SCV as well as the Hellions came through. And now Marines are hitting this hatchery. Like I say, no Ling speed yet. And these Lings already being made means less drones coming out. uThermal's going to start kiting backwards again with the lack of Ling speed. These Lings will do what they can to chase. I'm surprised they commit so much because with the Queens here, they could have probably pulled back. Now you're running in and the Hellions are going to show up. And now as Ling speed finishes, most of your Lings are dead. So FanT's going to have to build even more. And uThermal gets off to a pretty darn good start, to be honest. A very solid start as Banshee Hellion continue to come up. A couple SCVs being built through. We do have the Lings of FanT coming out down to the bottom side. Queens is going to go around, drop some creep tumors down. A few more Lings gathering up. Banshee and the Hellions coming over, cloaking on the way. We have got Queens and drones coming up as well. Hellions want to make a little bit of a dive by. Uh-oh, mineral line exposed. That's the problem because we just lost a bunch of the Lings and they're out of position. 8, 9 drones going down. Oh man, this is a brutal stuff. Yeah, and like obviously the Hellions die, but that's a lot of drones dead super early. We've got Hellions and Marines back at home still. Resources lost favors uThermal. That's a fantastic, just technical early game for uThermal. That's given him a really good position to play from in these early stages. Yo, what's up? Dave Tester, 34-month resub. So much StarCraft. Have to give my mate Wardy a salute. Happy 4th. Oh wait, you're British. Yeah, but it is still the 4th of July. I might not celebrate it, but we can still be happy on the 4th of July. Hope you're doing well, Dave. Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you indeed. Appreciate it, mates. Happy 4th of July to you. Hope it's full of fun and games. Engineering base, barracks, continue to come online here. Still got the lair drones and the overlords coming up. Hellions are really, I like that we obviously got even more Hellions, by the way. So he lost only 4, so it's actually only been 8 Hellions built, which is not a crazy number. But obviously still means you've got 4 alive. He didn't die with all of them, so it's even worse for FanT when it's like, there's still Hellion presence on the map, despite the fact you had a very, you know, you've had a very bad start with a lot of drones going down. He's going to take the chance to jump onto some rocks over here. Just going to nibble at that. The Hellions come back through as Zergling gets picked off. And the Hellions going to go up that ramp. The Wing's going to get chased away. 1-1 upgrades in the stim pack continue to come about. Marines in production. Barracks on the SCVs. Still producing through as well. As we have got one Zergling at the front there. Going to get taken down by the Marines. That will be a KO. Banshees now that get that chance to do damage. You know, at the best of times, you don't really want to let the Banshees do much, but when you've already had a bad early game, letting the Banshees do more is just going to elongate the lead that the Terran player has against you, right? It's just going to distance just, you know, your position, you know, from his. I mean, this is already feeling rough for FanT. You know, it's already difficult not to be too negative early on because, plain and simple, like, he lost drones earlier than he should have done. He built a lot of Lings early. His drone count was not as strong as it could have been. But there's a lot of roughness in these early stages, and like I say, any damage the Banshees do is just going to add to that, as we also have Medivacs moving onto the map as well, so double drop already heading to the other side. As yo, what's up, Madek? Thank you so much for the 40-month resub. Appreciate the resub. Heart back right at you. Don't think the order of words there was correct, but you get the idea! As uThermal comes stimming through, Overlord, Overseer up for grabs. I mean, Creep Tumor's going down as well. On the left-hand side, the Banshees show up. They're going to find a mineral line that's just freshly saturated. The Spore out of position. 5 drones go down without even needing to be microed. We're actually going to fight the Spore Crawler. So uThermal, I was going to say, I'm not sure if that was intentional or if it was just because he was busy elsewhere. He does now have Hellbats morphed in to try and tank some of these Banelings as we run off a creep. And it's going to be a clean-up from FanT minus the Hellbats. But again, it comes at the cost of a bunch of drones. Banshees over here going to get a few more kills. We will finally lose one to a Spore Crawler, but it's another 10 drones killed. And FanT has obviously been losing army during this as well. Now 1-1 upgrades are done from uThermal. He starts 2-2 as FanT starts 1-1. And he's already got another Bioforce coming across the map. This is where uThermal probably just aims to attack. And if he attacks, he should probably end up with a GG, because it's so difficult for FanT to get enough units out to realistically keep defending. And if he does, it's coming at the cost of economy. It's like, it's just so difficult to get back in a game against a Terran player who keeps up the momentum. And it's exactly what uThermal aims for. I mean, the Queens have to pull over to try and defend. You know, the fact that they can be a little bit tanky and transfuse each other does maybe give you a few moments here and there where you might live. And uThermal doesn't actually dive through there, so he's going to pull back. Maybe uThermal wants to aim toward the 4th base for his attacks. Maybe he starts rallying up to the top. Or you just clean out some creep in the center as well. To be fair, uThermal also doesn't need to press the issue right now. As he gets Widow Mines up and so on. Like, his army's still going to be in an advantageous position for a while. You can see FanT, just with units being here from uThermal, is focusing on unit production, so he's sticking at 71 workers. Now, 71 workers ain't bad, but you typically want a little bit more as the Zerg player, and so being on only 70 workers is really going to be a problematic scenario for an elongated period, and the longer that this goes on, the worse it is. And right now he's doing nothing but building units. Realistically, he needs like 10 to 15 more workers. How the hell do you justify making 10 to 15 more workers when you're 40 army supply down, when you're already doing nothing but spamming units? I mean, I think that's the risk you just have to take. It's like one or the other, right? He's going to spam units and hope he can overwhelm a Terran army. It's either that or you spam drones and you hope the Terran doesn't attack you, right? Like, you're basically rolling the dice of what the Terran's going to do and what you're going to get away with. The reality is, I think either way, it was going to be very difficult for FanT here, and uThermal already taking a good fight with these few bio units. Going to end up lifting off and pulling away elsewhere. The Banshee going to get to work as well, picking away at a few of the drones. A couple go down immediately, and now the Medivacs dive into the main base where, yeah, I mean, just more damage being done. Any drones we're losing right now, FanT is obviously not going to rebuild. He's in full-on, like, desperation, tries to survive mode, which just means he's going to spam units. But he just doesn't have enough units. I mean, that's been very apparent. There's a very good reason for it with how the early game went. And I think it's probably fair to say that this one is kind of heading the way of our Terran player for game number 1. uThermal just a fascinating player, right? Because obviously he stopped to focus on YouTube content, but the skill level is still there, you know? And sometimes he just shows up and looks so freaking good. Like, he could absolutely still be a top tier pro if he really wanted to be. But he didn't. He didn't really, I don't think, you know, competing and continuing to stay competitive was really what he enjoyed anymore. But the skill level is still there, and you can see it a lot of the time as FanT is unfortunately going to fall off in this first game. You know, when you say micro turns, to me, uThermal was one of the first real micro turns, where it was really about, like, his micro just carried him in games. And that's kind of the way that he won this game as well. Funky little build, something you don't play against a lot as FanT. Good micro with it, finds the openings, takes advantage. Micro's probably behind it. Just here denies a carapace upgrade as well as he's really just all over the place. There's a drop here, there's an empty medevac there, there's still units obviously to the top side. There's reinforcements heading up to the top left-hand side as well. He's just going to keep on trying to find any exposed location to take advantage of FanT in this game. I mean, this hatchery's probably dead because I don't think FanT can split enough units up here to defend it. A little bit of Ling Bane, like 7 Banelings is not going to be the answer, right? Not 4 Widow Mines and a chunk of Marauders that are going to be super tanky. Marine's going to pull back, force the Banelings to be used on the Marauders, which is less than efficient. And, yeah, the Zerglings don't really have a good answer either. The drop comes in over here, so we'll lose some drones. Or, you know, units have to go there to defend it, which just means less over on this side. That's why it was only 7 Banelings. And the fact we are still half the army supply. FanT is dying a slow death. Well, FanT already died. He's just not hit the resurrect button yet. Yeah, you know, he's not released his spirit because he's not ready for game 2. Just going to try and hang on in there, but this one obviously went a little bit too tits up. A little bit too early on. Damage was good, build was good, and uThermal takes an opening game in pretty convincing fashion. Like, it was very solid from him. Again, from start to finish, it was just kind of what you want to see out of uThermal. Like, when you see uThermal playing games, it's that kind of stuff you maybe typically expect to see. So we'll take a dive into game 2 here in just a moment. Just got to invite our casters in. And we'll get into our second game of uThermal versus FanT. We're going to be going to Ultra Love for this second game. Perfecto. I think we're ready. Click watch and let's get this started. Alright, so Ultra Love, uThermal leads by 1. Are we on our way to all of our Zergs losing their first round match, by the way, if FanT loses this? I think so, right? Yeah, not ideal for the Zergs. I really cross my fingers that we don't just get all the ZVZs in the lower match, because it would be really sad to see a bunch of the Zergs just have to face each other when there's so few Zergs anyway. Like, it's kind of crazy, because obviously, you know, 12 matches in each round. You know, with 4 Zergs, you still get 4 Zerg matchups, unless they play each other. So, gonna be praying for that not to happen, but we will see. Maybe the StarCraft gods will be with us, maybe the matchup gods will be against us. We'll find that out in a couple best of 3's time when we have all the results in for round 1, and we can draw round 2. And in the top right is our yellow Zerg player. uThermal in the bottom left is our red Terran. Game 2 of this best of 3. Let's see what's going to happen. We have Ultra Love coming up, Hatch coming down, the extra drones on the way. Racks and the gas coming online for the moment. Let's see, last game was already fun. The reactor first, and then just going straight. I mean, the SCV already delayed the third hatch a bunch. And then the reactor first, getting a bunch of Marines out and just putting pressure on. I really feel like uThermal just threw FanT off his game super early. Like, there was no comfort allowed for FanT in that last game, right? Like, you just were not allowed to get cozy at all. You're not allowed to play an easy game in the slightest, to put it simply. So, can we reactor first here again from uThermal? Although this time no SCV on the map, right? So no scout. Gonna drop that CC down. It's a little bit risky, but yeah, also not gonna block that third hatch. So FanT might also see this as being something different, when in reality it's the same, minus the SCV. So don't put all your eggs in one basket thinking, aha, something different here. Let's do something to take advantage of that, because that's not necessarily going to really be the case. As the Overlord heads down to the bottom left, and this is the second Overlord. The first one already pokes to the front. We'll see the reactor early. There's no way you have a reactor without that being a reactor first right now, so you know what's up. And the Overlord obviously has to get the heck out of there, because now Marines are going to spawn. The last thing you want is to let your Overlord go down to the Marines early. That would be truly disastrous. So 100% something we just have to try and shy away from right now. Marines will get there. Overlord will already take some damage. Factory Command Center continue to come up for a moment. A couple Queens continue out as well. It's going to be seeing the drones in the hatch coming through. The factory's still building. as the command center sets up on the natural. A few Zerglings step through. The Marines are going to be there and firing up onto those Zerglings. A couple of them going down. The factory still building, about to finish. Orbital command will start. Extra Marines on the way. We added the SCV into play as well. And the starport continue to build up. Just going to see the reactor coming down on the factory as... Oh, this is a uThermal classic. This is a 14 Marine 1 Widowmine drop. Typically plays into mech afterwards, but doesn't have to. Can also play into bio. I sound so educated, but it's a very unique build. This was actually the predecessor to the 2-1-1, where, you know, basically what, you know, the 2-1-1 is like a 16 Marine drop with stim, right? This is the variation where you don't have stim. It's only off of one barracks. The factory gives up the reactor for the starport. You can build one Widowmine while the medevacs build, and that makes up the extra space in the medevac as well. And the Widowmine can do a lot of zoning in the army as well. Are we actually going to build the Widowmine? He could also just go 60 Marines, no stim drop. No, we are going to build a Widowmine. I think it's always worth to build a Widowmine, even if you leave it at home for a bit of extra defense. Okay, you can see he's going to have 14 Marines, one Widowmine, and that's going to be 2 full medevacs to go across the map with. And like I say, it's not stim or anything, so you can play mech behind it, and it's very awkward for the Zerg as well, because this hits early. You're not going to have stim, but this is going to hit like 30 seconds earlier than a 2-1-1 that has stim. Yep, factory to the reactor after this as well, so we can start to go into Hellions. Barracks moves off over to the side, and the double medevac goes straight across the map. So we are going to start boosting over. The Zergling misses it as well. Third CC starts from uThermal. Like I said, I'm keeping my eye on the gases on the natural to see whether we're going to mech into this afterwards or just continue into bio play. It's going to be Hellions and the Liberator coming up. Let's see if we just unload. I mean, this is the tough part. You don't have a lot of units right now. The Queens do a good job getting on top of some of the medevacs already, so a little bit of damage being done straight away. The Marines stepping up. The Widowmine gets Burrow, going to go off on what? Yeah, kind of low HP Queen, maybe not the best target. One medevac goes down, but the Queen's trying to chase the medevacs. It's not great. The Queens go down. The Marines are still strong. 22 more Lings on the way. Oh dear, this is not good. Because the more Queens you lose as well, the more the Hellion on the follow-up is going to be just amazing, because they're going to be able to just really focus on kind of hitting the mineral line and so on. And the Queens also going down means less answer to the Liberators. We're now reactoring out Liberators as well. So, big attack from uThermal, does a lot of damage. However, he lost everything. So that's not the end of the world, because he's obviously got Liberators in the follow-up. We are going to go Engineering Base and Barracks. So it's just going to be a bio follow-up here. It's not going to be mech, as I said, was a possibility. I think that's what's tricky about this build. Like, if you know uThermal from the past, it really can be either or. Like, there's no guarantee as to which follow-up this is necessarily going to be right here. Again, Lair, Bane Nest, Hatchery continue to come through. The Liberator around the top side will position itself. And just going to be sieged up on this mineral line where a couple of drones will immediately be exposed. And yeah, you got a lack of Queens right now, so you can't just have Queens everywhere. Hellions try and dive in on this mineral line. They do a little bit. Obviously, the Liberator stopping this mineral line from mining. But you need to be careful with the Queens. Don't let them run into lib range. Just super annoying setup as uThermal. Helping work kind of says it all right now. The Lings can't do anything against the Hellions here. FanT is going to go into the bailing speed as the orbital command lifts off and pulls over to the side. FanT is young, so this isn't fair. You know what? Like, when this build was somewhat meta, this was like an early 2016, late 2015 build. Like, this build was genuinely like 9 years ago in StarCraft 2's history, you know? Like, we are genuinely like seeing a 9.5-year-old build order here. It's it's really much less popular. Like, the only person to ever really do this consistently was uThermal. Like, it was popular amongst more Terrans back in the day. But uThermal really popularized it, and he's the only guy that's really used it in the past 5 years, you know? So it's a very interesting build that it really relies on the surprise factor a little bit. So yeah, maybe it is a little bit unfair to FanT that even if he saw a little bit of what this might be, it might not click in his head, because yeah, this really is kind of a build before FanT's time, which is funny. Now the upgrades to the Bane speed continue to come about. Obviously the Lings is going to knock their way through the rocks, so we open up a little bit of space as, I mean, uThermal is already pushing onto the map, right? Hellbat's morphing into Hellbat mode. Marines stepping forward. 1-1 upgrades are going to finish as well. Step through. The Banes aren't ready. We're going to target down 1, 2. Only 2 Banelings got to finish there. That's really not ideal. FanT might just die in the next couple of seconds. The Widow Mines don't even need to fire. The Banelings are dead. This hatchery is in a ton of trouble. Queen's dying. Honestly, losing so many to Queens early is such a disruption as well. It's so many minerals you have to spend rebuilding them. It slows you down on so many things. This Baneling's morphing in the corner going to go down. Now more Baneling's morphing elsewhere, but this is already great for uThermal. He kills the base with this. And again, this is really a series of just early damage delivers. Early damage both games has really set uThermal up just to kind of win on the follow-ups. And just one nice Baneling connection there from FanT, but your 50 supply down. You need more than a single nice Baneling connection to save you in these sort of situations is the reality of it, and that does kind of mean that we are pretty much going to see probably a GG in the coming moments, to be honest. I mean, not much else to add, guys. Some of these games get to a point where it's a little too far gone. GG is called. uThermal takes the 2-0 over FanT and gets to the 1-0 club. And all of our Zergs are going to be in the 0-1 club. So Zergs, please don't get ZVZs. Please, I beg of you, no ZVZs in the 0-1 matches, because all the Zergs are down there. It'd be really nice to see them not all down there. I mean, I guess with the ZVZs, at least some of them will end up on different match scores afterwards. So, you know, there's something to say about that. Alright, our players are ready to go into this next lobby. Goblin versus Nicoract. I'm impressed by these players, man. They're constantly in the lobbies ready to go. Like, these guys are just constantly ready to go. Play the next game. Like, I don't even have to tell them, like, vetoes or anything. They're just ready to play StarCraft, man. The prep from these guys, the readiness to be there is pretty nutty, so pretty darn cool. Alright, we'll be, obviously, I mean, sad to see FanT fall to uThermal, so kind of one-sidedly, but I think FanT's going to have some fun builds in the future. I really hope he gets an interesting opponent in the lower bracket. Someone in that lower bracket, I say lower bracket, but someone at 0-1 is going to get Showtime. And I already feel terrible because I'm like, that's so brutal, you know? Like, Showtime is a complete outlier in the mix of 0-1 players. Like, someone's going to get Showtime and it's going to be like, no, this tournament's meant to get a little easier if I lose the first match. And for a lot of these guys, it's probably going to be even more difficult to play Showtime. So, yeah, yeah. That's gonna be brutal. Like I say, we'll see those matches in a couple best of threes times. We're ready, so if the players are ready, we can go into this PVT. Goblin and Nicoract PVT. I mean, obviously you expect Nicoract is a very aggressive Terran player. Goblin, we saw obviously play a lot of games against Hero Marine and some other Terrans during the EWC qualifiers and had a good time. Some good Blink Stalker plays, was very aggressive with the Zealot Charge, with Charge Blink Stalker combos. I think Goblins are definitely kind of a big contender to make playoffs, but Nicoract to me is always a player that's kind of punching up, and Goblin to me is the sort of player that should sometimes take the hit from Nicoract as well. So, let's see if that happens today. I mean, let's actually look at the history between Goblin and Nicoract. I feel like this is not a match you see all the time, because Goblin isn't playing like everything. Especially some of the smaller things that, okay, the last time they played was WardiTV Mondays 31. Goblin won 2-1. The time before that they played was in TLMC. Nicoract won 2-0 in a TLMC qualifier. They only played twice more this year. Nicoract won the 2 previous times before that as well, so Nicoract's had a better match score against Goblin than a lot of people would probably think. But Goblin also really popped off in the last month or so. So it's, you know, history might suggest Nicoract, but I actually think more recent form might suggest Goblin. Interesting matchup, as in the bottom left side we go into our Protoss. It is going to be Goblin in the bottom left corner of Leylines. Taking on the blue Terran in the top right corner of the map, we are going to have ourselves Nicoract. Game 1 of this best of 3. as we get this up and ready to go. Double gas from Nicoract early, so already kind of stepping toward a more kind of aggressive opener, if nothing else. Actually going down, Cybercore coming up, probe on the way. You see the probe of Goblin pulling back down the bottom left side for a couple of moments. Again, Cybercore coming up, next on the way through. Reaper in the factory coming about as well. Add an SCV on. And just see the probe coming over. Not really much to yap on about yet. The Reaper is going to be something a little bit more interesting for us, obviously, as it begins to go down to the bottom left-hand side. So Reaper to the bottom left. Again, set up initially, Nexus, Stalker, Warp Gate, continue to come up. As you have a command center building as well, that factory about to complete. Stalker gets a shot off, and the Reaper already gets turned out the other way. Sentry and the Warp Gate coming online, and probes are still building. We just see a battery getting placed right at the front there, so just going to get that put straight into position. Stalker still patrolling, Reaper pulling back. And start to go for a little bit of a fight as the Reaper has to step away for another moment or two. Two Reapers together now into the center. We'll just gather up for a moment or so. Then coming back across against Starport CC coming online. Gateway in the Twilight Council building as well. Both those Reapers hop up, hop down. We've got the final one coming in, the Cybercore and the Stalker building as well. Just going to see the Warp Gate still coming online here as we do have these Reapers. And the Hellion going to poke at the front. Grenade going to go down, try and break in. Nicoract. Whoa! Double force field from Goblin as well. A bit of a panic moment. And now he's force fielded his units out of the natural. So this honestly shouldn't have been such a big deal, but he's made it worse for himself. I actually think Goblin just doing nothing there would have been better. I mean, now he's got no sentry energy either, right? Like, all of his sentry energy goes down. Decent control to maybe save the probes. Oh, okay, the Hellion didn't get a single extra probe. I mean, that's very good because that really could have been a whole lot worse, realistically. So making sure not too much else comes of that is definitely a pretty big deal as the Robo Facility drops in from Goblin. Again, Banshee the tank coming up, Cloaking on the way. Brains coming through, the Blink coming online. And our Nexus just setting up on that third base as we see the couple of additional Stalkers warping in on the natural. Battery drops onto the third location, so we're going to get that put straight into position. Again, Banshee, Marines, Cloaking, all continuing up. The Robo Facility will continue into play as well. We got on the Gateway, we had on the Nexus. Continue to bring this online as the couple of Stalkers head across to that right-hand side. Hallucination overhead. Obviously, good scout from the Hallucination. Goblin will get to see a lot of what's going on. Probe's going down on the other side again, though. Banshee showing up, and the Cloak Banshee gonna request the Observer to be dealt with, and that is going to be a problem now that the Observer's out. But they already killed a few probes and a sentry, so pretty darn good start. And Stalker's trying to move out as well as Banshee chases those away, so they have to back on up away from the Terran base, and I feel like not a bad start at all for Nicoract in the end. He's the guy that got... He's getting a couple more probes still. He's going to have the resource lost advantage. I mean, honestly, significant amount of workers going down. For a Terran player, equal on probes with the Protoss is pretty darn good. You take those. Now, Goblin's about to have Blink, so life will get a bit easier for him. He has 2 gateways onto the 3, and already going into charge, so he already is looking to kind of get into like a good amount of gateway units. And I mean, let's see what these tanks... The only issue I have right now for Nicoract pushing is that A, this Banshee's super low, easy kill, and the tanks are not really protected by much. I love that Blink back on that first Stalker was already super low. Yeah, I'm just going to fight these Marines, let the battery do some healing, and now we come forward, and okay, we lose a couple Stalkers that are maybe unnecessary in the end, but I think what was more unnecessary was Nicoract moving forward and sieging up. He actually did a good amount of damage leading into this. I don't think there was any need for him to kind of press forward and trying to get something else done here. I just don't think there was anything necessary out of that, to be honest. So, yeah, kind of a wild moment. I can understand Nicoract thinking like, oh, I've done a good amount, let's get in position, but I think that just puts him into a bad spot after what was honestly a decent opening. He still has an army supply lead right now, but if he threatened that attack and then just pulled back with those units and has them, you know, 2 extra tanks and some extra marines with stim and combat shield and +1, I think that attack is way scarier after Goblin has taken damage in the early stages, so yeah. Does he need tanks if there's no blink aggression? Well, it's still nice to just have them in your army, right? Or just have them... I mean, honestly, I think he would just bring them across the map with his army, right? Because, you know, now they'd be better off, you know, kind of just being there. Like, 2 tanks to help you kind of fire a few shots on the units. It's just something else for the Protoss to deal with. Even if you're going to be Widowmine focused. I mean, now we're going into Colossus as well. It's also nice to potentially sometimes zone a Colossus out as well. Like, if you're not careful... Oh my god, no, Nicoract. That is, a bit of confidence that you had Goblin pushed away, but the Stalkers are right there, and that's 2 Medivacs down, 1 full of units. This is, unfortunately going to become... Well, that might just be game, because that's a lot of supply going down. Plus the tanks and the Marines lost before. And now the Terran army, where it's meant to be at its most scary, first hitting those stim and combat and +1 upgrades, that is going to be now so much weaker. Stalkers see these Widowmines as well, so we can just attack those. Free kills. Don't have to send your Widowmine, your Zealots into the Widowmine shots, or at least not multiple of them. I actually think Goblin can attack in here. He's going to lose 1 Zealot to the mine, which is good micro back from him. Make sure that that 1 Zealot is split. Honestly, even a no-range Colossus right now is pretty darn scary for Nicoract, because it can, I mean, just a little bit of splash here can do a lot. Scan comes in. The Observer is actually over to the right side, so that scan doesn't do much. He sees it this time, but he's going to dive through, splits away. The Colossus is going to hit the mines, which is maybe not the most ideal. Additional Zealots showing up. The Colossus taking a big dive forward towards the Marines. GG gets called, and Goblin will take an opening game. This felt very good for Nicoract early, but I do not think he needed to push with the tanks. And obviously dropping onto the map with 2 Medivacs and not knowing where that Protoss force was. It's a risk you take whenever you send those Medivacs out. And he just got hard punished. He didn't even try and skirt around the edges or anything. He tried to go across the map quickly. And the reality was that was too quickly. He got punished. And that is sometimes how that goes. Goblin takes the opening game. As we'll dive into a second map here in a couple of moments. Get this ready to go. Tokamak, going to be map number 2. Nicoract readies up. And we go into our second game. No delay from the players. Awesome. Alright guys, thank you again for joining us for some WardiTV European League action tonight. Obviously more action coming up across the weekend as well, as we'll enter round 2. It's going to be a whole lot of fun as well. Should be pretty great. Get set to go. Let's do this. In the top right hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be Goblin. And he is up 1 game in this best of 3. I've just mishit the keys. There we go. Back to the players in full view. As in the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is Nicoract. Oh, I'm going to catch TKL doing some sneaky cool intros rather than me just not observing. Beautiful. You love to see it. Didn't even get the song right, did I? It's been a great day of games. Obviously, we've got 1 best of 3 still after this as well. Harstem versus Gerald. It's genuinely been a very fun day of games so far. So, I mean, Scarlett Percival really set the tone a little bit when we started off. And Shameless Yakov was really cool. That first game was pretty awesome. Shumi Art was pretty competitive. uThermal had some cool builds. Goblin. Dispatched of Nicoract. Fairly confidently in that game 1. Engineering Bay block gets killed off by the probe pulse, so you see that early enough from Goblin, you just pull the probes to stop it from developing into anything extra or problematic. The number one concern is, you know, you get your Nexus denied or delayed and so on, so he's just going to say, nah, I want my Nexus on location. I'm not going to give you kind of an out-of-position Nexus to maybe take advantage of. A lot of the time that is what the Terran players look for in those scenarios, so just trying to make sure that doesn't happen straight away. It's a big deal. As the Wolfgate comes up. Next on the way, Assimilator and the Pylon continue to come on through. We'll just have ourselves the reactor continue to build up on that barracks. The factory finishing in a few moments as well. Got that all finished up there. The SCV coming in. Command Center building. Still looking good. The Marine's just going to be chilling. A couple more Marines on the way out. Factory begins the tech lab now.
Game paused.
Pause. 1 sec, says Goblin. Let me take a moment. See what happens here. Let me just take a moment, guys. Goblin clearly wants us to tell you guys to obviously sell out. You know, use your Prime sub, support WardiTV. This is a sponsored commercial break brought to you by Goblin Enterprises. Thank you so much for watching, and give us the money to do more of this in the future, I guess. Real talk, obviously, hopefully is just a second or two. Hopefully nothing too serious. Just get back into it and resume this game too. His mouse is stuck. That is pretty serious. That's not what I that's not quite what I was going for. That's I can't talk in all. I feel like sometimes that's the middle mouse, like, it sounds weird, but sometimes the middle mouse button can stick and so on, but, like, it depends on your settings a little bit as well. But yeah, we can go from replay as well, if that is going to be what fixes it. Maybe just restart the game. An easier fix, just take us a couple moments. And if there's ever a time for your mouse to get stuck, 2.5 minutes is a pretty reasonable point to get stuck on. You thought it was a Harstem job to sell out? Yeah, well, yeah. You'd think Harstem would be here to talk about the game, but you know deep down he just wants to sell out for the I mean, he doesn't sell out as hard because he's more of a YouTuber, so he sells out more in the YouTube videos, you know, but yeah, deep down he's truly just a sellout as well. Turning gamepad support off? Under settings? There's gamepad support? Is that really a thing? I don't even know. Is it for another game? I see. Yeah, okay. Well, we tried to help. We can just regame. I can't talk to them, so if he wants to restart PC, that's all good. I just want to make sure that that's what they want to do, so. I mean, that's one way to restart your PC while still in the game, because, you know, now we all have to wait for him to time out. Could have just left the game first, but yeah, we'll just all wait for Goblin to time out instead. Okay, guys, well, this is obviously going to be a moment or two before we get back into Goblin versus Nicoract. A little bit of a mouse issue, an actual technical issue. See, that's why I say I hope it's nothing serious, because, like, we don't want these things to happen. And then sometimes these things do happen, so, yeah. Alright, we'll take a moment or two and obviously get ourselves resumed on this ASAP, guys. As we will, yeah, we can just resume from replay. We'll go straight back into the game in the exact state that it was left in, so they don't have to start from afresh or anything for this game too. It takes the fact that it's happened at 2 minutes in is super quick to restart as well, so it's super easy. As we'll just take a moment or so. Alrighty, replays, recover game. Oh, Nicoract hosting. That's all good. That works as well. Alright. Yeah, pulled the plug. I mean, he might have just alt F4'd out, which might... I don't know if that has a similar effect of you, like, lagging out. I feel like the lag out is more like you just reset the PC with StarCraft still open. Yeah, well, all good. Do we have a mouse sponsor? No, we're not actually sponsored by anyone. If you are out there and you would like to sponsor something that you own or yourself on the stream, feel free to get in touch. We have this beautiful space over here that just has a WardiTV logo in it. That could be you if you want to sponsor the stream, or if you're, if you own a mouse company and you want to come in and be the saviors of StarCraft. I was talking yesterday a bit about the fact that next year we want to try and do a WardiTV offline event. So I'm really hoping we can pick up a sponsor or two for that, because that would really help alleviate some of the costs. And I think it would be genuinely very cool. So I want to make it as cool as we can. So yeah. Would be kind of neat. Kind of neat. Anyways, we're just chilling. Sponsored by Ellie. She doesn't sponsor anything. She just she's a money sink, you know. She eats treats. She eats food. She needs to go walk. Costs money to take her to nice places. Yeah, it's the whole thing. Anyways, wait for Goblin to restart his PC. We'll get back into this best of 3 game 2. Give your old mouse? Nice. That's what we're talking about, guys. Some real StarCraft support right there. I think it's just one of those things where, like, some things obviously glitched out on the PC or so. Give it a moment. He's messaging me on Discord. Restarting the PC didn't fix it. Oh, you love to hear that. That's not ideal. Okay, so apparently he restarted his PC and it's still a problem. So that's not great. That's really, really not good. Alright guys, given a moment, obviously this is a bit more of a serious issue than we thought. Because right now, Goblin does not have a working mouse. We got a couple of minutes. I'll give it a few minutes to see if he can figure anything else out, maybe. But yeah, we can't really do much. But we can start Harstem Gerald, but I don't want to start Harstem Gerald if Goblin fixes it and then we're in a fresh best of 3 and stuff. So we'll give it a few minutes for Goblin to try and sort it out, and then we'll and then basically we just go into whatever we can. Has anyone ever pulled out mid-tournament? Yeah. Happened before. More often in like smaller open cups, but we've had people who just lost a game before and just were like, no, you know what? I don't want to play anymore. And I'm just like, bruh. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe if he can check if an old mouse works or something, that would be step 1, because then he knows if it's just that mouse specifically or so. But, yeah, we can try and figure it out. I mean, we can do what we can. We'll give him a couple minutes, and then, maybe see where we're at. Alright guys, no spare mouse is crazy. Yeah, I find this crazy too. I have like, to be fair, the majority of my, well, I have spare mice because I have like extra PCs and stuff, but the majority of spare mice I would have outside of those ones would probably be old broken ones, but probably reusable to some extent. Yeah, we'll give it a couple moments. Oh, more messages. You plugged in a different mouse and it's still happening. Um... Alright, it's fixed, and Goblin is on his way back. Perfect. Cool. All right, guys. Sorry, obviously I'm trying to like look up things to maybe try and help him as well. So I'm obviously a little bit quiet while we try and figure out what the hell's going on. So yeah, just me being quiet for that specific reason. We are in the lobby. As soon as Goblin logs in, we'll get this rehost and set to resume. So get that going, and yeah, we just wait for Goblin to log back in. Perfect. Alright, back on track, guys. Obviously, it's very rough to reschedule matches in this format because we need all the round 1 matches to be finished to get the round 2 matches, so it's very difficult to do anything else there. So, yeah. Hopefully this is indeed fixed. He's coming back, and we should be back in game in hopefully just a minute or so. Hopefully not too long. And we'll get back on track, guys. So, appreciate your patience. Give us another moment or two. Get Goblin back online. We'll be able to go. Awesome. Awesome. I'm glad it just fixed. I don't know what he did to fix it, but it fixed. Nice. I love to see it. I love to see a resolution out of nowhere. And he's logging back in as we speak, guys. Just log back into BattleNet, so open up SC2, invite into the lobby. It's going to be like 25-second loading screen because we have to resume the replay, so it takes a little bit of time, but obviously much faster than if we were like 20 minutes into a game, so yeah. Yeah, we'll be back on track in just a few moments, guys, here in the European League today. Thank you for your patience while we resolve some issues. Get back into it. There he is. Invite the man into game. We can get back to this, Game 2 of the best of 3. Online, but he's not. I don't see him join the lobby. Relogged. I feel like he did the classic. He joined on us before realizing it was a replay lobby, so you had to relog. Classic. Alright, we're gonna get resumed, guys. We're gonna get back on track. Let's see what happens. Tokamak is the map we're on. It's game number 2. And obviously Goblin is up 1-0 in this best of 3 to resume up the replay. Again, when we recover from replay, we just get sent straight back in. This is what happens, so I'll show you guys. Basically, the game plays through the replay up to the point, and then we can just resume as though we're always in the game. So we have this special little recovering load screen. It's basically 8xing through the replay right now, and as soon as it's done, we'll be exactly where we left off and able to just press resume and get straight back into it. Go says Nicoract, ready says Goblin, and we get into game 2. Alright, welcome back, guys. So back to game 2 of this best of 3. Goblin takes a 1-0 lead, and nothing had really happened in this game just yet, right? Probe and SCV dead, and that's about all, so. Obviously a little bit of a mental check for the players just to get back to where they were, make sure they can get back to the builds they were doing, know what they were thinking. It's always a little bit of a question mark. But we get back on track as fuel drops down, and a few Marines are moving out. And we get ourselves settled on in. Marines and a Cyclone coming up and through. The refineries coming up. Command Center building. Twilight Council still building up as well. Blink is going to be continuing to come through for the moment to just get it going. Blink just Chrono boosting along. As you do see Marines and Marauder popping across as well. Well, Cyclone gonna shoot. Couple Stalkers going to fight. Marine is going to go down. So that Marine falls. Still got the Blink coming up. Tank and a couple of Marines coming through. Stalker's going to get turned the other way. Could micro so far from Goblin. Reinforced and Cyclone coming. That's definitely got the potential to turn things around a little bit. He realizes that Stalker's going to die. So he turns with a Cyclone. He does not get the kill, though. That's 2 Stalkers dead. And the Cyclone's still living. So Nicoract wins that little bit of a micro war. We still have the Blink coming up for the moment. So that Blink coming online. I mean, that's going to be great for Goblin eventually. But this was a good start from Nicoract. Now, he's only on 28 SCVs to the 41 workers, so I've got to imagine there's some more aggression still coming as he will look for extra, having taken down a couple Stalkers. Obviously, next time he pushes, he will be up against Blink, though, and that will make things a little bit more challenging for the Terran player in these early stages. Stim already on the way up. Second Tech Lab finishing, so he's going to start up Combat Shield. Maybe we do just play from here. In that case, I mean, Goblin's on a crazy worker count. Third base halfway done as well. Charge building, probes on the way. Robo facility is about to finish as well, right? So you get up to the point here where you're going to have yourself Robo completed, a couple more gateways starting out. Both Stim and Combat Shields coming. Goblin wastes no time to get Charge started as well, so he's looking for the follow-up phase of this game. Obviously, Charge will stop a lot of the Terran aggression coming your way, which sounds very good in that scenario. And good Hallucination gets a scout, and that allows you to see the setup. If I just saw what Goblin saw, I don't think I'd try and make a move with these Stalkers. The tank is very well placed on the low ground, protected by a ton of bio. Probably you can expect a second tank to be out the more you delay here as well. It doesn't look like Goblin is desperate to do much. He doesn't have the Hallucination for high ground vision, so it's very limited what he can really do right now. So yeah, just standing out the front and making sure that he's there to start chipping away at units. If Nicoract goes for a larger push out like this one, this is exactly what these Stalkers do want to be here for. Gonna have to blink back right now though. Gets a unit before he makes that blink. Observer will keep an eye on what's coming his way, and that gives him a bit of vision to work with as well, so he can maybe actually get some more shots with these Stalkers. I mean, right now, if you can buy a little bit of time to get charge up and you get enough Zealots out here, that would be huge. The army supply is in favor of Nicoract heavily, but we're about to get an Immortal. Zealots are warping in. Extra gates finish soon as well will also be a big deal for Goblin, because obviously he'll have the defender's advantage too. Good job with these Stalkers. Hasn't lost one yet. Low HP on a couple. Do we have the potential to save this base? The battery is not ready just for the moment. He does blink away from that Cyclone connection. Charge just finished, but so is Combat Shield, so is Stim. Immortal is ready as well. I think he's going to go for it. I think he's going to save this third base, because I don't think you want to let this get any further along. The tanks are going to go down pretty quickly, to be fair. The Immortal putting some work in, and the Zealots are so heckin' tanky. There's no Medivacs here to heal up the bio units, and Goblin is going to clean up, and he is going to get the GG out of Nicoract to take us to a 2-0 victory. A little bit of a delay that lasted longer than the game, but sometimes these things happen. That's a GG, and Goblin will take the 2-0 here to advance to a 1-0 match score on the first round. All right, well, that leaves us with one series remaining, which is going to be Harstem taking on Gerald. So we're going to be getting into that in a couple of moments. Harstem Gerald PvP coming through. I think I'm just going to nip to the bathroom quickly, guys. We've got to run some ads as well. Unfortunately, it was a quick game, but because we had 10 minutes of downtime in the middle of it, the ads are due to play, so you have to stop to run the ads. We'll take a quick couple minutes break. When we come back, Harstem and Gerald in our final series of the day. I'll see you guys in just a couple moments. We'll be right back. special guest Ellie in the room ahead of our final series of the day, some PvP action. Team Harstem and Gerald. Ellie wagging that tail. She knows the excitement that's about to ensue. She knows the great games of StarCraft we are about to get. Ellie, you are a little bit too close. There, perfect, baby. Sit. Sit, and you are in the perfect position. Alright. Looking beautiful. Any thoughts on this PvP? She's like, I'm so bored of waiting for you to finish, I literally can't keep my eyes open. She's out of here. Alright, thank you, Ellie, for the terrible insights. Let's get this Protoss versus Protoss matchup up and running. Harstem and Gerald to finish up round 1 of the European League 2025. And we'll see after this, again, what matches we're going to get in the second round too. Also super exciting, also super fun. We get into Persephone. Let's do it. Let's do it. In the top left-hand side, we're going to see our blue Protoss player. As we enter this best of 3 PvP, it is Gerald in the top left of Persephone to open up this series. This is another of those matchups where this first round is kind of a coin flipper. Harstem, Gerald, both can beat each other, I'm pretty sure of that. And obviously, would be great to get a win against someone you can beat. Avoid going to 0-1. There's a lot of dangerous players at 0-1. You do not want to be down there. As we have in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player is Harstem. We get this up and ready to rumble for game 1 of the best of 3, and our final match of round 1. Yeah, great day 2 of the European League. We had some really good games, honestly. It's been some great games. It's been very fun. Excited to see what these two bring us in the world of PvP. 1 gateway each. And Gerald is a pretty heavy believer in just going double gate almost every single time, honestly. Like, he is a hardcore double gater, you know? Like, this man will double gate, pretty much all the time. Even if he just wants to expand, he'll double gate expand rather than 1 gate expand, so yeah, 2 gates already going down for him. Harstem is going to not double gate. He's going to cybercore and will obviously be looking likely for a Nexus early. It's already a difference between the two in the early game of this PvP, as this probe scout comes scouting on through. And Honesty coming in with the gifted subby over to Leo Carter 12. Thank you so much for your generosity of gifting a sub out into the community. So love in the chat for the generosity and the gifted sub, guys. Let's see it. Let's see some Wardy hearts and Wardy hypers. Thank you so much. As we do have our little pylon block coming through. Cybercore comes up on both sides of the gateways. Obviously finishing from Gerald, so that's going to be his 2 gates. You'll see the 1 gates, like I say, he can choose what to do, but I don't think he necessarily has like a, oh yeah, like I definitely want to do this right now and get aggressive. I think he's going to be very happy to expand himself. He'll go Stalkers first, so a little bit more kind of pushing power on the map. But yeah, I would genuinely be shocked if he didn't expand. I think Gerald is very happy to take the expansion in this situation 9 times out of 10. So in my eyes, I think that's probably what he's planning on. As the Zealot comes through the pylon, he'll take some shots. I'm just going to be seeing the Zealot and the Sentry. Going to come chasing around a little bit. Probe coming back over. Again, Stargate coming through. The pylon still building. Let's have our Stargate continue coming about. Gateway in the Nexus coming about as well. Probes on the way up. Stalker and the Warp Gate in production too. We just have ourselves the Gateway continuing to build up here for a couple of moments. Those couple Stalkers coming about as well. Just going to be seeing the Nexus and the gate continue to come around. We just have ourselves 2 Stalkers poking at this pylon that's right in the back of the natural. Obviously, with 2 Stalkers, Harstem doesn't have the power to fight back just yet with 2 Sentries. He would like to save the pylon. He's going to force field the Stalkers in. He's going to get himself, I'm going to say a kill, but it's going to cost him a 3rd force field, and he doesn't actually get it just yet. Sentries go the long way around to try and catch him. That's 4 force fields. Come on, are we not going to get it? No, that is painful. 4 force fields and the Stalker gets out. He only had 1 Stalker himself for real damage and range. And, I mean, the real mistake was letting it slip through here. When it slipped through there, like that's where your units can genuinely catch it, but letting it slip through there was genuinely the moment this became an issue, and that was a pretty wild moment or two. As Harstem is going to be in position to deflect the Oracle at least, so Harstem will stop the Stargate of Gerald from doing too much early, as both players will finish their Nexus. Harstem on that faster blink because he didn't stop by a Stargate. And obviously it makes sense to go Stargate from Gerald because he didn't go any sentries, so that's going to be his version of map control for a while. Takes a bunch of unnecessary shots on the Oracle there. Didn't even get a revelation off or anything. And, yeah, we will see that Oracle pushed away slightly low on the HP bar than it might have liked to be. The Oracle going to peel to the left-hand side. Gateway coming up in the main base. Blink will Corona boost. Gateway coming up from Gerald. Just going to see the Blink continues by. A couple of Adepts shading forward. The Stalker's pulling back. Again, Forge coming up. Extra probes. Now the Nexus going down on the third base as well. Oracle going to take a couple of shots off the Stalkers. Drops the Revelation down. Keeps an eye on things. 2 Adepts there just going to go and make their way into the natural as well. Just going to try and shade through, try and find an opportunity, make something a little extra happen for the moment. So trying to find some chance in those early stages. The Blink's again about halfway done. The Nexus coming online. And just have the Oracle setting up a stasis ward at the front. Of course, you got those Oracles, you want to make use of them. They're very useful, man. Oracles are freaking terrifying to play against. They're so annoying to play against, honestly, more than anything else as well. Like, just the stasis wards can consistently come down. You got to be so on top of not getting caught by those. This Nation doesn't see much. Flies through the natural. Wasn't much to see there, apart from, I guess, a lack of gas. Maybe a little bit of info you can gather at this point in time. That Nexus will set up on the third base. Just going to get that on the way. Again, +1 attack coming through on both sides. That Nexus is coming online. We are playing a nice macro game. I do think Harstem's got a little bit of an edge, though. Worker lead. Faster +1. Robo coming up. This is an interesting moment to go Robo, right? Because I think at this point you could get away with just playing Stalker versus Stalker, but going into the Robo facility, very safe in case he does go into a Dark Shrine, and obviously eventually gives you the ability to build Immortals as well. I was like, where's Harstem's army gone? He's chasing an Adept or 2 down to the bottom side, loses 3 probes, and don't tell me he's going to lose the base. I mean, good realization of the stasis, blinks 1 Stalker in. He needs to be careful pushing through, because obviously there's another stasis still. Oh, blinks into that one too. Good job by Harstem. Actually, good fight from him. That felt almost disastrous, right? Like, he was so far out of position because of an Adept, and he actually drags it back into his control, so... Lost a few workers, but still actually has a worker lead, army lead, and all the rest out of this. We do see charge coming up from Gerald. Harstem not going to go charge yet, going to focus on the Stalkers. Okay, going to go charge now as he starts at +2, so it was just a matter of time. In that case, we're just going to continue through. 4th base on the way from Harstem down to the south side. Looks like Gerald will go to the 4th in the top right. A little bit of a difference in the base expansions, right? Harstem kind of taking the triangular into the kind of the square setup, whereas Gerald just expanding linearly through the top. The problem for Gerald is that if Harstem was being the aggressor, this base is immediately under threat, because if Harstem pushes the natural, the blink into the main is always a possibility. So I think, generally, defensively, Harstem's setup is better, but it is more difficult to push into Gerald's setup, and maybe the 4th base is a bit safer in that far upper right corner than it would have been if, you look at Harstem's base here, which is a little bit more easily engaged into on a low ground position as well. So you're kind of trading off, like, ease of defense at different portions of the game with these different expansion timings. Stalkers there go after that pylon. Now Stalkers blink in. Harstem confident to take a fight here. He had an upgrade lead going into this, and those Zealots do not have charge, so they're not as effective as they might want to be. They're still tanking some damage, but Harstem pushes that back and still comes out ahead on the army supply, 50 to 37. Obviously a big question mark, though, of can you play this position out? It's not an easy one. You do see a few Zealots coming down the left-hand side, going to head into this mineral line. Kind of about to finish up, but not ready yet. You're going to need a couple of units to go alongside the cannon, most likely to truly out-DPS these Zealots from just killing too many workers. As Guardian Shield pops, and Harstem still deflects the Stalkers off over to the right-hand side. Like I said, I'd say Harstem has a lot of little edges in the game, but PvP, between these two, I think there's been a lot of games where there's been a little edge for one player, but in the longer macro game, the game truly becomes pretty chaotic, and ends up in a position where you're going to be in a lot more trouble. The Dark Shrine building already from Gerald in the far upper right corner as well, so he gets that straight underway. And the +2 attack upgrade coming in from both sides. Extra gateways coming online, probes and the Stalkers building as well. One solid Stalker back into the center, a few Stalkers on the left-hand side. We will have our units gathering up. Just going to see the couple of Zealots looking to charge forward. Stalkers blink across, Stalkers blink the other direction. Sentries are gathered here. I mean, sentries are great against the Zealots, right? What do you want to do? A couple of force fields on the left. Didn't really do much, honestly. We blink into Zealots. Now we may want to force field defensively. I feel like the force fields are not really doing what Harstem wants them to. Like, they're not catching anything. They're not really keeping anything out. I guess they're maybe stopping the fight from developing any further, but kind of not really, I'd say, being super impactful. Harstem never started up +3 attack, by the way, as well, so Gerald is moment by moment catching up on upgrades, something he's been behind on the entire time. So that's also a pretty big deal here as the Zealot goes swiping through the Nexus. Zealot Stalker moves its way across. I mean, obviously, just Gerald feeling confident. He's had all the map control, so honestly, you go, Gerald. You go take that gold base. Why the hell not, buddy? Why the hell not? A couple of Stalkers getting chased away. More Stalkers stepping through. Once we're seeing the chase down coming, the Zealots and the Stalkers going to turn and fight again. Another couple of force fields. Zealots are still taking some shots. Cleanup's continuing as the Stalkers come back over to the side, going to go after the Nexus. So that's Harstem's 5th base, so... I mean, if he does get forward here, Harstem, the gold is obviously an easy one to attack onto, but he has no idea it's there, so... That lack of information is kind of critical right now as well. Oh, but the Stalkers are going to find it here. So a few Stalkers up that right side actually going to find this location. And now Harstem knows, but he's actually going to get flanked in. The warpins from the gold is actually going to end up being a flank for Gerald. Harstem is still super Stalker heavy, so he doesn't have the Zealots of his own to kind of stand in the front of this army. I mean, Gerald is super Zealot heavy. He took 2 more gases over here, but he never took gases on any other base. Harstem, in comparison, is just on 4 gas as well. Yeah, they're just spread out a bit differently. No, he's on 5 gas, so 5 gas to 4 gas. So Harstem can kind of afford a few more Stalkers. But it's interesting because the Stalkers have the blink ability, whereas Gerald has like the tankiness. And because he's got the tankiness, the Zealots are going to be able to come through, and they're going to be able to launch onto this Nexus as well. And that's going to be a base going down in the immediate future. So that base goes down. That's going to be a kill. The Zealots continue to try and fight on through. Pylon will go down as well. 7 probes have fallen. You can see the Stalkers coming back up the right-hand side. There's going to be another group of Zealots coming in from that other direction. The Zealots are still kind of flying on through for the moment. The Stalkers warping in, +3 attack coming about. The armor upgrade coming through as well from Gerald. Upgrade's still going to be ahead for Harstem. This position now is great for Harstem because he's not Zealot heavy, so the choke point really favors him. You just work back through it. The Zealots get stuck. The heavy Zealot count just gets punished, whereas Harstem getting a couple of Zealots are going to be just as effective. So his positioning now really does... I mean, it's kind of wild, because actually I think the gold base would have been better to defend with Harstem's composition compared to Gerald's. Maybe Gerald, obviously, again, he had the map control because he was building very Zealot-heavy stuff. So he was able to kind of get that kind of tankier army out on the map and really stand with it, so he was able to take the gold. It's very interesting. I mean, he hasn't even mined this gold super heavily, so it's not even been that much of an advantage, and now you're constantly under pressure of Harstem attacking you. Harstem can't move through here easily. He's going to decide if he wants to knock the rocks down. Like, he does to move through, but he doesn't because obviously right now, like moments like this, the rocks being up are really favorable to him. If I was Gerald, I almost feel like he wants to knock the rocks down. Harstem, yeah, I mean, it's weird because I feel like Harstem wants to kind of attack through at this point. Maybe it's just a timing thing, right? Where now, Harstem feels like he's got enough where actually attacking through into this is something he wants to prioritize. So knocking the rocks down now really gives that option to him and really opens the door for it. Stalker's going to fight, a couple of Zealots going down. Nexus still taking a little bit of a beating. You can see the Stalker spreading now. Good concave gold base going to be broken onto here as Harstem. He's taking some damage on the left side. DTs have shown up in his mineral lines, but he does have an observer and he does have units defensively, and obviously killing the gold is a big deal. He also got a bunch of probes himself, so Harstem also successful in some harassment just with a couple of Zealots. So both players lose workers, and Harstem is still, 5 workers down only, but up 30 army supply with that gold base denied. I mean, we're building the 5th base here from Gerald. Harstem is going to probably lose his 5th base to DTs. In the long run, Gerald might still be very much so okay here, but like I said, I think Harstem should know that he's been taking some better fights. And so there should be no reason for him not to at least start pressuring and trying to break into the next base along. Like, if you had the army supply advantage up until now, there's not been any reason for that to shift, especially if your opponent has been sending DTs across the map, because that's even less supply in their main army. DTs here, I was going to say maybe a problem, but Harstem gets the Observer of Gerald. Now the Archon morphs in instead of those DTs trying to fight. Yeah, the fact Harstem had an Observer, even the second coming up, he was very ready for the DTs in the army. He is going to kill the Pylon, but not before the Zealots warp in. I don't think it really matters. I think Harstem is clearly comfortable right now as he continues to chase Gerald down. At the very least, this base will go down, but I don't think there's any reason for Harstem to stop stepping forward as GG just gets called. I was going to say, I don't think there's any reason for Harstem to stop stepping forwards into the fight. You've clearly just got more. You've got the Prism right there to warp in. There's nothing that's stopping you from just building up into better and better numbers in your favor. GG's, and we're going to go to Maganatha for game number 2 of this series, guys. And I think we're just going to go... Right, I guess we'll run a 1-minute ad just in case. Should help us out, but let me just take a moment for everyone to load in. And then we can kick off into game 2 on Maganatha. Let's get this underway. Yeah, very interesting because it's such a similar comp from both players, but it was actually quite different. The extra gas from Harstem just means he's Stalker heavier for a while longer. And it was so interesting because, like, in a way, you kind of expect, like, more Stalkers to be more mobile and more on the map, but actually, against Zealots, you don't really want to be out in an open space fighting because, like, it's kind of annoying, like, hitting the Zealots and just not really ever getting anything done. And the Zealots can kind of chase you down, and if you're in a bad spot, maybe you get punished for it. And also, the Zealot counterattacks are going to be very scary too, and Gerald, in theory, should have more Zealots he can throw at you, so... Yeah, very interesting game. As we have in the top left-hand corner, the red Protoss player. It is Harstem up 1-0 in this best of 3. In the bottom right, our blue Protoss player is going to be Gerald. I would definitely expect Gerald to double gate once again, no matter what. We'll see if he wants to match an expansion this time and play expand versus expand, or what the case may be. He obviously went Stargate last game. The Oracle was honestly pretty lackluster. It's very rare you say this about an Oracle in PvP, but it really did nothing on the mineral lines. The Stasis wards didn't land at all. Harstem did a great job of completely nullifying those. And so Harstem just completely neglected to... You know, he completely refused to undergo the typical kind of problems of playing against an Oracle. He just dealt with it super well and basically just said, cool, that was kind of a wasted investment for you. So Harstem got away with the expansion on the 1 gate. He got away with just a little bit of a boosted economy, a few extra workers. Like, all game long, Harstem was just a little bit ahead in economy and army supply, obviously the upgrade as well. There was a few moments, obviously, when DTs started getting in and probes were lost that he fell down in workers, but for the majority of the setup phase of the game, Harstem had all of the edges in the mirror matchup, which is obviously a pretty big deal a lot of the time, and he made sure to make full use of those advantages as well. Harstem leading this series now 1-0 in the best of 3. Probe going to go after a probe here. Cybercore coming up. Nexus halfway done. A couple of Adepts will continue through as we see the Stargate building from Gerald. So Stargate opening from him once more. And the Nexus not far from finish, and we'll get that completed. Sentry and the Warp Gate still building up. Next, we're going to finish. Stargate is about halfway done. We'll have a couple of Adepts moving through. Toward the upper left side, there is going to be a pylon right there from Gerald. It is going to be just a little bit annoying trying to swap the units that are popping out. Nothing too major. In fact, Harstem gets his expansion down so quickly and easily is great. As Gerald... Yeah, his Nexus is significantly late in comparison. He's got the 2 Adepts this game rather than the Stalkers. So I'm going to try and get in with these for some workers, and this looks like an open base. Probes are going to run. There's a battery here they can hide on. Obviously, well-timed Adept shots can still get 1 hit through the battery. And they do find 1 kill. Harstem with a force field that will get a bit more damage on the Adept, but will still not be enough to kill it. I say. I'm kind of thinking this Stalker doesn't catch it, but maybe... Well, I mean, I guess we will kill it in the end, because they're kind of forced to shade into 2 sentries. So Adepts will go down. 2 probes go down as well, though. It was fine for Gerald. It's not the best, it's not the worst. Like, at least he got some workers out of it, right? As the Twilight Council will be significantly faster from Harstem, but... We'll see what he can do with it. Hallucination sees the Oracle is really nice for Harstem. You now immediately know what's going on. You know this Oracle is coming toward your base. So you get that info straight away. As we do have another Stalker warping in. Twilight Council about to finish up. Hallucination comes back over and continues to chase the Oracle down. Battery is going to be finishing, so the Oracle and Zone will not do much. I mean, this hallucination is not going to cross the map to scouts, so you don't see the follow-up, but I don't think there's, like, a follow-up here where it's like, oh my god, I need to see what he's doing right now. You know, there's not that kind of situation in play at all for, I don't think that situation is in play at all right now, actually, for Harstem. Like, it's just Blink versus Blink. Like, eventually you want to know what you're playing against, yes, but it's not like he needs to see it now to alter his build. He's completely fine just doing what he's been doing, you know? There's no rush or kind of jump to get anything done there, as the Stalker's going to go after the Adepts. And the Sentry going to go after the Adepts as well for a couple of moments. A little bit of back and forth. Blink coming up. Got the probes on the way. The gateway will build. A couple of Adepts chased away to the top. There's a gateway from Gerald. So he is going to just add on gates here and really look to add on kind of Stalker pressure this game. So yeah, he's more so looking towards, you know, production of units rather than production of an economy. As you know, what's up, Halif4? Thank you so much for the 43-month resub. Does anyone want a peanut? Please check for no allergies before you offer peanuts, though. You know, let's not kill someone in the process. Thank you so much for the 43-month resub. Appreciate it. As Harstem zone 2 Adepts warp in, he proxied this pile. He did not put a gate on it, so it's a slow warp in. But this is obviously an opportunity to get some Adepts up and harass, although right now Gerald is still at home with the Stalkers, so not going to do too much. The Adepts, oh, going to get into the main. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, the Sentry is going to get the double force field down, and that should let us clean this up fairly comfortably. Shouldn't be too bad. Alright, a couple of those go down. The Adepts just got caught here for Harstem, unfortunately, so Gerald gets an easy cleanup on those. Harstem stepping onto the map, but he is down in gateways. He's down 2 gates. He does not realize the aggression from his opponent and the fact that Gerald is committing hard to gateways. I mean, he's blinking forward, but I mean, it's all it's going to take is a warp. If Harstem retreats, all it's going to take is like a warp in from over here to potentially catch Harstem off a little bit as well. Harstem is completely misplaying this from his situation. I mean, I think he just doesn't have the info. I don't think the scouting has been good enough, right? Like, there's no reason you shouldn't know what's in the main of your opponent. Like, he's just not been back to the main with the sentries and the hallucinations, so he doesn't know what's going on, and that lack of information is not letting him make good choices. He gets chased away right here. I mean, his defense is non-existent. He's got no static defense. Okay, he's got 1 battery from early in the game. He basically has no preparations made for these Stalkers showing up in way heavier numbers. They're still warping in from 2 extra gates here as Gerald, and Harstem has nothing that's going to help him to offset that number, so Gerald's going to look very scary right now as he steps on through. The Stalkers take some damage. I mean, again, you're warping in 5 to 3 at a time. It'd be different if there was like a layer of batteries or some kind of defense or like an immortal on the way or just anything, but Harstem's instead building an observer. He's building +1. He's just completely outnumbered, plain and simple. Like, this is not going to be rocket science. He just got completely outnumbered, and he saw it immediately. He's like, oh, like, this fight starts, he realizes he has way less units, and he's just like, I've got nothing to fall back to. There's no way that he turns this fight around in a mirror matchup, and so all he can do is say GG and get out of there and prepare for Game 3. GG. Alright, we go to a Game 3. One final map tonight. One final map in round 1. Is very exciting, as we will just take a moment to get this hosted. I have to run 2 minutes of ads, but my ads are on cooldown, so I'm just going to have to wait a moment, guys, because otherwise they are going to play you. Oh, there they are. Run those 2 minutes. Perfect. Otherwise, they're just going to play during the game, so I have no choice. They're literally about to pop. So, yeah, we'll run those now. It'll be the last ads of the... Well, we'll run ads at the end of the stream, I guess, but... Alright, 1-1 between Harstem and Gerald. Just give it a moment or two. We'll be going into Incorporeal to finish this series off. That's why PvP is boring. Less units equals lose. But it wasn't just less units equals lose. It was Harstem just I mean, this was just... I mean, this can happen in any matchup. If you don't scout that your opponent is committing to an attack and you build no defense, you're going to lose. Right? It's just more obvious in the PvP because you can literally see he just has less Stalkers. But it's the same concept as in other matchups. If you don't scout that the Terran's gone to a 5 racks 2 base push and you're just building a 3rd, upgrades, la-di-da, no static defense, you're also just going to lose. It's also not interesting. Harstem had the tools to scout in this game. He had the Sentry. He should be hallucinating all the time. He used his hallucinate, like he just, like he scouted once early and he never considered checking on what was going on again. You know, like after that hallucination started chasing the Oracle, he just never hallucinated into the base again. He never got through to see what was up. So yes, in essence, the loss is kind of boring because it's just less units loses, but there's actually a lot of, you know, technical thoughts behind the loss, unfortunately, which, I mean, kind of just comes down to no scouting, I think, but... 14 Protoss, 6 Terran, and 4 Zerg in this tournament. Race distribution should be more even. I mean... the top Terrans and Zergs are busy preparing for Riyadh. Europe is a bit of a Protoss-heavier region, and some of the Terrans and Zergs I invited from the kind of the next tier down of players didn't accept, while all the Protoss players did. There's not much we can do. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to have at least another couple Terran and Zerg, but they're just the players weren't there. And the people who would ask next would have been another step down in skill. It didn't make sense to give those spots in tournaments over the Protoss guys, so... Fortunately, it's how it is. Like I say, it struggles a lot just because of EWC, and, you know, you're missing a clan, maybe a Reynold could have played if he wasn't in EWC and so on. That immediately would have helped things out a little bit. But yeah, some of the other players just had scheduling issues as well, so it's just a bit unlucky. That's okay. We're having a fun time of it. Just means we'll have some PvPs here and there. It's 1-1 in this deciding map. Who will get the round 1 victory? Who will get to play in the 1-0 matches over the weekend? Will it be Harstem? Will it be Gerald? Maybe next time max race limit? Yeah, but what does that achieve? Like, if the Terrans and Zergs don't want to play, then maxing the race limit literally just means we're going to invite players that are going to get destroyed. Like, there's no point inviting Terrans and Zergs that are just going to get completely rolled over because they're lower skill than everybody else by a significant margin. Like there's a point at which you're just inviting people for the sake of balancing the races. Like, it makes it worse. It's a better tournament with more Protoss players than the Terran and Zerg we could have invited instead, you know? Like, there's like a point at which, like, usually I do my absolute best to balance races. If you look through my tournaments, usually the races are pretty well balanced. You know, sometimes there's a few more Protoss players and stuff, because honestly, just more Protoss players play the tournaments online. So we do our best to balance it out. But I mean, I just don't think there's any point starting to invite people that are, like, just going to get 2-0'd in all matches until they play against each other. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways. I'm adding some questions on the platform. Yeah, we were on YouTube and on Twitch, so just a couple of mentions from the YouTube chat. We're a multi-streaming channel nowadays. It's nice because if you ever miss a stream and you want to catch up, YouTube is a great place to catch up on VODs. Way better VOD system than Twitch, so you can catch pretty much all of our streams, VODs on YouTube if you want to skip through and stuff like that. It's always a good opportunity. You can !YT in the chat if you want to get a link over to the YouTube channel as Gerald. I'm going to go for the Twilight Councils. Again, 2 gates versus 1 gate. That's been very common in this series. I think Harstem just knows Gerald will always 2 gate, but still favor the expand. So he has zero, like, Harstem just has zero reason not to 1 gate expand. Like, Gerald doesn't really all in the matchup. He doesn't feel comfortable playing 1 gate. So why would Harstem 2 gate versus 2 gate when they're both wanting to expand? He can just take an earlier expansion. He gets a 2nd gate up behind this, and he will go to the Robo, so he will potentially have some pressure this game. Whereas, obviously, Gerald is going to go away from the Stargate and into the Twilight. So, funnily enough, there's going to be a completely different way of playing. Because when you have Stargate versus Twilight, you typically end up going into Blink yourself. So it kind of becomes Blink versus Blink, just one guy has an Oracle, right? This is completely different, because now you're going to have Blink versus Robo. And the Robo guy is not going to rush out Blink afterwards, because typically what you're going to do is play Immortals. You don't need Blink, so you get a charge, you get +1. Obviously, +1 first, Immortals first, charge when you do get a Twilight further down the line. You just don't need to go into Blink. You could also go Glaives instead of charge. That's a possibility too, and hit like an Immortal Adept timing. So those are kind of the possibilities you're working with here. As Harstem, those 2 Adepts are likely the ones that are going to jump into the Prism. go across the map and try and harass. And yeah, he's going to play this Immortal defense, which is it's fun, it's interesting, because obviously it's a much more sturdy army, but it's got way less mobility. So typically, initially, you want to play a bit defensive here, right? So you want to play a little bit defensively, you want to kind of hold back, let the Immortal do its thing. Oh, this is interesting. He's going to try, he hallucinates Stalkers and like sends them forwards as though he's sending a big attack across. Yeah, I think Gerald's genuinely afraid of the size of that potential army, but the reality is that it's not really going to want to attack head-on. Gerald is getting a gateway up around the side. And there's the Twilight from Harstem. I'm super curious if he goes Charge or if he goes Glaives. He does have 4 gas, so it's very gas-heavy. Kind of makes me think it should be Glaives rather than Charge, because otherwise I think he's going to struggle to spend his gas. Like, you don't need 4 gas if you're going to just build Charge lots and Immortals from here on out. So yeah, I think Glaives, when we start warping in Adepts and we hit like an Adept Immortal timing. The Adepts are super tanky against the Stalkers. The Immortals chew through Stalkers. Let's see what he chooses to do. Gerald on the left-hand side is going to show up. He does have Blink, and this is kind of scary for Harstem, who kind of doesn't have defense properly ready for the Stalkers right now. He's a little bit out of position. The sentries are getting bullied. He does pull away. I mean, this is the time where the Prism should probably go in. Like, there's nothing in this base at all for Gerald. Like, this is the time for Harstem to commit with the Prism, because he's under heavy attack. Gerald is committing to just units right now. Yep, we're going to go in with the Adept. That should distract Gerald a little bit. I mean, Gerald's going to kill the 3rd, but he is going to recall a bunch of units too to deal with the Prisms, so Harstem's at least going to force some of the units back home. Killed 4 workers, the Adepts get out. Okay. Did we recall the Prism or did it die? Sorry, it recalled, okay. So that's really important, because you've got the Prism now to micro with the Immortals. He is just going to go Charge. I'm genuinely curious. I mean, I feel like he's going to stack up a bunch of gas, although I guess if you stack up gas, eventually you can add the Templar Archives on, right? And then you just go, BAM! High Templar, all your gas is spent, you've got a bunch of Archons to help you out, so... I mean, Gerald's going to get a faster 3rd base in the end. Harstem should be attempting to take that 3rd base back sooner rather than later. I mean, sitting on 2 bases forever is not great, but he's adding a ton of gateways on. Stalkers blink into the main base looking for some opportunity. They're going to see a bunch of the gates being added, so Gerald gets good information as to what Harstem is up to for the moment. Stalkers blink out away from the main right now. We do have the Temple Archives building, so that is where the gas investment, or the gas mining, is going to end up going. Hey, I guess we're just going to attack, though, right? Like, oh, Prism goes down. Nothing inside of it, but it does stop further micro, and obviously that Immortal now trapped on the low ground. Oh, did Harstem just kill his rocks? Oh, God. Okay, that's not me, because I can still move. One of our other observers is going to lag out. We're back. All right, back to it. Well, the rocks were targeted by Harstem there, so a little bit of a misclick. So that's not exactly ideal. As you do see the extra Zealots just going to warp in once again. I mean, Harstem's going to defend. It's annoying losing the Prism because you're going to have to rebuild that, and that eats into your Robo time. That could have been another Immortal in production. Now it's a Prism. It's quite a lot of minerals as well. Yeah, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Harstem that killed the rocks, so he was hitting the rocks rather than actual units. So let's charge in here, as we are going to see the Archons showing up. They're going to be huge. They're going to be massive at tanking. Harstem is going to turn that around. Again, having the +1 is nice, and he's also going to be on a much faster +2. He's only on 2 bases. Gerald needs to stop throwing units into Harstem's natural. There is zero reason for Gerald to attack. Just sit there with your Stalkers, and just, if he tries to move out, try and poke him and discourage him. But he's on 2 bases. Like, you have zero reason to give units up. Like, every unit you give up right now, you're going to be missing when Harstem all-ins you in the next couple of moments, because he's got no other choice. He's on 9 gates, 2 bases, +2 finishing. Harstem's attacking. It's clear as day. Gerald is warping in Zealots again. I mean, this is fine if you use the Zealots as a counter, but Harstem's going to see it, so he knows those are there. Like, Gerald's setting up as though he's the one that's on 2 bases, and Harstem's on 3 bases. He's got to try and find ways to attack on in. And the reality, that's just obviously not the case at all. Oh, Gerald. I mean, he's gonna try and dive in, but these Archons genuinely gonna be amazing against the Zealots. The +2 makes such a big deal right now. Such a big difference. One Immortal gets caught by the Zealots there, so that's a nice catch from Gerald. Gerald actually recalled a bunch of his Stalkers back to deal with the Prism play. I mean, now Harstem's just gonna turn this into an attack. The Zealots are going to be kind of stuck on their own because the Archons are going to capture them a little bit. Sentries can force field some of the Zealots in a little bit as well. Do the Stalkers just get the Prism? Yeah, okay, that's huge for Gerald now. Shutting down the Prism is going to mean that Harstem's going to struggle to reinforce this army. I mean, his army's been very tech-heavy, but he has been losing some of these tech units as Gerald has been very good at kind of picking off a couple here and there. That's one thing the aggression has done. And how many have we lost? We lost 2 Mortals and 2 Archons so far. You can see the power of the Archons, by the way. They're smashing through the Zealots. And then you can see the power of the Immortals as well. If they get to hit the Stalkers, they're doing very well for themselves. I honestly just think right now, the power of the +2 attack is huge. Like, Harstem is just getting so much damage with each set of shots. But is he going to get outnumbered here? Remember, this is a 3-base opponent. He's on 58 to 47 workers. Harstem's third is very much so superficial right now. It's cosmetic, you know? It's not really for anything. Prism should be able to save these Archons. Harstem has to back it up. Gerald chasing, catching up on the +2 upgrade. Again, I don't know if Gerald needs to chase. Like, right now, he should be focused on defense. All Gerald has to do is live, and he's playing like he has to make things happen. I mean, if Harstem stopped losing his prisms, it would become a lot easier of a game. Losing the prisms is pretty brutal. That's the third one, I believe, that's just gone down. It gets expensive. Like, and again, that's Immortals that are not building because you're rebuilding the prism, and right now we have no Immortals left, right? So, it's Zealot Archon. It doesn't exactly feel great, to be honest. +2 attack finishing from Gerald, the Temple Archives. Going to be done very soon. +3 attack starting from Gerald as well. Harstem goes for the armor upgrade. I mean, now Harstem is on a 3rd base. So he is on a 3rd. Army supplies are even-ish. Harstem with a couple workers down, but I mean, I guess you can play just sitting back a little bit as Harstem. I mean, Gerald's going to have a couple of Archons. He's moving across the map. I mean, he's massively out-teched in terms of number of tech units still, so I honestly think I still like Harstem's army better in a fight, especially if he has like 1 battery available. He's got the Prism here for a bit of micro too. That means you can get a... The thing with the Prism is it provides, you know, value to Archons and Immortals and like big units you're going to focus on protecting and defending and saving. So a lot more value there, and Gerald doesn't even have a Robo, right? So, oh, he has a Robo, but he doesn't have a Prism, no? Yeah, so no Prism for Gerald means that he does not have the ability to kind of provide the same micro, as both of them will get a 4th base up now. And this game's going to settle down a little, but... Well, it's going to get interesting, because I guess Harstem now denies this gateway, which has been the point of, you know, reinforcement from Gerald this whole time. So that really takes away Gerald's aggressive opportunities unless he gets a Prism of his own. What's funny is that the deeper this game goes, those 7 Stalkers of Gerald become less and less meaningful. Like, the only good thing they can really do at this point is dive on a Prism and kill it, which has been pretty successful so far. Rock Tower taking some shots, Gerald thinking of clearing that up. Funny Watchtower this one, because obviously there's no easy way around it. So you can see the units on either side, but no one can really do anything about it. Harstem's just going up the right-hand side. He's got his +1 armor upgrade finished. Armor is not something you typically go into a lot in the PvP, but he's going to have it finished earlier than the +3 attack, so in theory it's an upgrade lead. I'm not sure how big of a deal it's going to be. Oh, I tell you what is going to be a big deal, though. This choke point. How do you engage into this as Gerald? You're going to get murdered by Archons. So that those gates are going to be an issue for him, and bottom side is huge so far from Harstem. Actually, top side as well. That one Archon is putting in some serious work. A couple of Mortals swinging away during this as well. Gerald's supply drops a little bit. I mean, it's still fairly even. The Prism comes in with a Warp in. I think the issue is 7 Stalkers right now do nothing. They're completely useless. Like, Stalkers dealing damage to Archons and Mortals are like, whatever. Who cares, you know? These units are so useless. He never traded them out well enough. And so Harstem's army is just a little bit better. Gerald finishes the +3 attack upgrade, but man, just the tech units and the positioning really nullified a lot of the Zealots that Gerald had as well, which was a lot of his army supply. Is Harstem good here? I think so. Triple the army supply right now. It's still just a few Stalkers that remain. They're really going to suck at this point. And Gerald has to say GG. Harstem gets it done on that 3rd base, finds the opportunity to attack, finds the option, and credit to him, because I don't think that was a super obvious move to make either. But he just finds a way better fight. His army was genuinely just better. And also fought with +2 attack on either side. And he had the armor. I don't know how much the armor affects it, honestly. Like I say, usually it's a matchup which is not great, to be quite frank. Yeah. GG's. GG's. Alright, guys. So Harstem gets the 2-1 victory over Gerald. And what's very exciting about that is we get to this point now where we figure out who plays who in the next round. So, I think it gets set up here. I think we can just show it. Wow, okay, I think we can just show. This is actually going to be pretty darn cool. I don't really have a better way to show this other than just showing you guys the challenge page right now. But this is going to be round 2, guys, and I've already seen some pretty great matches. I also see the guy who's drawn Showtime is not going to be happy because he had a brutal first round match. He's going to have a brutal second round match. Okay, so we're going to have, as some of the 1-0 players initially, to talk about first, we're going to have Christiana versus uThermal. That's a banger. That's actually a very interesting matchup already. Jumi against Björn on the European server. I think Jumi's got a good shot there. Harstem against Shameless is a really kind of huge opportunity. One of those guys will end up 2-0, and that's going to be massive. Skillers against Percival. Should be pretty good for Skillers on the European server, but Percival's been pretty darn good lately as well. Hero Marine against Goblin, the EWC qualifier rematch. That's super exciting. And MaxPax versus Mana is a very winnable match for Mana. That's a great set of 1-0 matches. The second half are going to be 0-1 matchups. Young Yakov against Gerald. So one of our Zergs at least doesn't pull a ZVZ, as the others do if you see Scarlett Mixu afterwards. But Young Yakov Gerald is usually a banger long series as well. Scarlett against Mixu. Nicoract takes on Hydra. That's also pretty interesting. I think Nicoract will be favored, but it'd be fun to see Hydra taking on someone who I think he has a better shot at upsetting. Babe Marine, I'm sorry. He played Max Packs round 1, and now he has to play Showtime. Like, like, that just sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's nothing else to say. That just sucks for Babe Marine. Someone had to draw Showtime. I actually think that's brutal. To me, like, that's almost seed 1 and 2 that he plays back-to-back. Like, that's just brutal. Babe Marine, I'm sorry, you got super hard RNG'd. Like, there's no other way to say it. Sebezdes against FanT is actually super interesting as well, and Artvis Night Phoenix is also super interesting. I would not... Honestly? Like, a lot of these matchups are super difficult to call, no? Especially because, like, MaxPack's got the PvP he's not been super confident in lately. I think, honestly, a lot of these matchups are super difficult to call. I feel really bad for Baby Marine, though. I feel really bad for him. So that's going to be our round 2 matchups, guys. And they're going to play tomorrow and Sunday. Now, I have players I have to go through. I can't tell you guys who's going to play when yet, because we have to... I have to basically take a couple moments and... yeah, I have to take a couple moments to actually double-check who can play when, because certain players have to play at certain points. Like, Nicoract has to play later. Björn has to play at certain points depending on what's going on as well. So, yeah, I think that's kind of what we're figuring out. Like, for example, like Björn, I mean, I don't know if Jumi could play even, actually. Alright, I'll double check with that. So I've got a couple of things to basically double check on to be able to actually put the schedule together. So that will be up on Wikipedia probably in a little bit. I just have to double check some players and stuff like that. But those are the matchups you will see Saturday and Sunday. So that's what's coming up over the weekend, guys. Those are some really cool matches. Like, genuinely some very cool matches. So I think we're going to have a good time. Alright. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for watching. If you've supported today, super appreciate you for subbing and watching and following and watching ads and stuff. Hell yeah. Awesome. Jimmy just told me when he can play. Perfect. So that's perfect. Cool. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys later. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I will catch you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. WardiTV European League will be live at 2 PM CEST. So that's in 16 hours from now. Cool. I'll see you guys in 16 hours for European League. Bye. Set ads on the outro and I'll host someone up. Appreciate you guys and have a great rest of your night.